Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. Apprenez le français avec Vincent. And this is Unité 17, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll see together le passé simple. So this video will be divided in two parts. The first one will be covering l'utilisation, so when do we use le passé simple, and the second one will cover la formation, so how do we construct this passé simple tense. So we can start right now with l'utilisation, okay? And well, the main thing when we think about le passé simple, well, the first thing it's a tense from the past, and then utilisé à l'écrit. So in most of the cases you will see or you will encounter this passé simple form at a written form. Okay, so dans la littérature, dans les récits historiques, dans les contes, dans les journaux. Okay, so in most of the cases we will see these passé simple forms in literature, dans la littérature, historical stories, les récits historiques, fairy tales, les contes, and then newspapers, les journaux. Okay, and then keep in mind that it is quite rare à l'oral, assez rare à l'oral. So dans le passé, in the past of course, and you will express with le passé simple une action, un fait, un événement. Okay, so it will be used in the past to express une action, an action, un fait, a fact, and then un événement, an event. Keep in mind that you don't have any connection with well, the time when you say or when you tell this thing at the past. Okay, so pas de connexion avec le moment de l'énonciation. And the last thing is that normally the person who will express this passé simple form will be somehow exterior to the story. So la personne est extérieure au récit. Okay, so keep that in mind if you want to express in the past une action, un fait, or then un événement. Okay, don't have any connection with the time when the person is telling this past form, okay, and then the person who is actually telling this past form is somehow exterior to the story. Okay, so this is now how we will construct la formation du passé simple. And you will see that it's a bit tricky, so I've been making some groups and then subgroups, but then here are the groups. So the first one is, well, the first group of regular verbs in French, you know, ending with er, okay? And for this group, well, the endings will be for je, ai, and then for tu, as, il, elle, a, nous, a accent circonflexe, mes, vous, a accent circonflexe, tes, il, elle, at the plural form, accent grave, rent. Okay, so you've got here your endings for the first group of verbs, so the regular verbs, ai, as, a accent circonflexe, mes, a accent circonflexe, tes, accent grave, rent. Okay? And let's see now the endings for the group of the second, the verbs of the second group and the regular verbs in IR. Okay, so you will have for je, is, and then for tu, is, for il, elle, it, for nous, I accent circonflexe, mes, vous, I accent circonflexe, tes, and then il, elle, at the plural form, irent. Okay, so you get these. There are the endings for the regular verbs from the second group, IR. Okay, so is, it, IMES, IDÉES, IRENT. Okay, don't forget the circumflex here and here. So let's continue now, and we'll discover now, so it's a bit more tricky. So we're not talking about groups and subgroups, but we'll talk about the verbs that will have their participe passé, so past participles, in I en I. Okay, so remember, we're not talking about all the verbs in IR, for instance. And then je, so it will end with IS. Tu, it will end with IS. Il, elle, it will end with IT. Nous, I accent circonflexe MES. Vous, I accent circonflexe TES. Il, elle, IRENT. So of course you can tell me that, well, these endings are exactly the same as we saw previously. And yes, of course, because, well, all the regular verbs from the second group in IR do have their participe passé in I, like that, okay? But in this case, we're mostly talking about, and we'll see a few examples, about the verbs from the second group that do have their participe passé in I. Okay, so let's continue now with these groups. So we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but then of course, as usual, I'm honest with you, and we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, okay? And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, okay? Nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so keep in mind these endings, so US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. And we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but remember, not all the verbs. Let's see now another category, OIRE, and then as usual, remember, we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them. And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, and then il, elle, UT, okay. Nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so remember, verbs ending with OIRE, but not all the verbs, US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. Okay, then we'll continue with the verbs that do have their participe passé en U. Okay, remember, not all the verbs, of course, but most of them. And the endings will be je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay? And then verbs like tenir and venir, they are a bit tricky, so be careful. We're talking about these two verbs, but then of course all the composed verbs based on tenir and venir. Okay, so let's see now. And then je, INS, tu, INS, il, elle, INT, nous, INMES, vous, INTES, il, elle, INRENT. Okay, so we'll now see a few examples, quelques exemples. And now I will focus on the pronunciation. Okay, so let's start with the first group, so les verbes en ER, and then the example is parler. Okay, je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. Okay, so one more time. Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. And now the second group of verbs ending with er, so the regular one, and I've been choosing this finir, to finish or to end. Example. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. Okay, so one more time. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. And now let's see all the verbs that will have their participation here. Remember, it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this suivre verb to follow. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. Okay, so one more time. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. And now let's see a few verbs. So like attendre, so it's to wait, dire, to say, entendre, to hear, faire, to do, mettre, to put, sorry, and then voir, to see. J'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. Okay, so j'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. Alright, so let's continue now with this group. Remember, verbs ending with OER, but we said that it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this recevoir example, to receive, recevoir, and it goes like that. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. Okay, so one more time. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. And now the verbs ending with OERE, and remember I said that we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, and for this example I've been taking boire. Boire is to drink. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. Okay, so one more time. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. And now the verbs that will have their participation U. So I've been choosing this lire verb, so lire is to read. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. Okay, so one more time. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. And now, venir, venir is to come, so remember they were a bit tricky. So we're talking about venir and all the verbs that will be formed with venir. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes. Remember it's quite tricky to pronounce that. Vîmes. Vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. Okay, so one more time. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes, vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. And then, as I said, tenir, so exactly the same thing as we had for venir. So we're talking about tenir and all the verbs that will be composed based on tenir, okay? So, je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, same thing, same tricky phonetical thing here. Nous tîmes, okay? Vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. One more time. Je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. And this is it for le passé simple. So I will do few videos right after this one, and we'll see, well, of course, être and avoir, and few other important verbs at the passé simple form. Okay? I hope it was useful. Have a great day. Au revoir et à bientôt. Le passé simple, and more precisely, le passé simple du verbe être. Okay, so let's see now. Être, au passé simple, je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay, so one more time, encore une fois. Je fus, okay, keep in mind that final S is not pronounced. Tu fus, exactly the same thing, final S not pronounced. Il fut, final T not pronounced. Elle fut. Okay, so basically you get only one phonetical form here, and it's fut, 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 the same. Okay, then nous fûmes, final S not pronounced. Vous fûtes, same thing. Ils furent, elles furent. Keep in mind that ENT, you know, the ending for the plural form is never pronounced, so furent. Okay? Ils furent, elles furent. D'accord? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. And that's it. You've got the passé simple forms of the verb être, and être is to be. Passé simple, and in this one we will cover the verb avoir, so to have. Okay, so let's start now. Avoir au passé simple. J'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so as you can see, phonetically it's quite a challenge because you've got to keep in mind that for each forms you will pronounce this combination of vowels e, u. You don't pronounce it like normally we would pronounce it e, okay, but we will pronounce it u all the time. Okay, so j'eus, final S not pronounced, tu eus, final S not pronounced, il eut, final T not pronounced, elle eut. Then nous eûmes, so you can make this little link between the two. Final S not pronounced. Vous eûtes, same thing here, and then the link, vous eûtes. Ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, remember that when we've got this ENT ending at the end of the plural form, so third person of the plural, you don't pronounce it, so you get eurent. Okay, and then with the link, the liaison, ils eurent. Elles eurent. Okay, so one more time. J'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. And that's it. You get all the forms of the passé simple for the verb avoir. Le verbe aller, and more precisely, la forme du passé simple. And we can start right now. So let's see, le verbe aller au passé simple. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'allais, tu allas, remember final S is not pronounced, il alla, elle alla. Okay, so you get the two forms here. You are pronouncing them the same way. You put this S for tu, but you don't pronounce it, okay? Then, nous allâmes. Okay, so remember that you should make this little link between the two. Nous allâmes, okay? Vous allâtes, same thing, la liaison. So final S here and final S here is not pronounced. Ils allèrent, liaison, elles allèrent. And then this ENT at the end, you're not marked for the plural. Well, clearly you don't pronounce it, so you get allèrent. Okay, so ils allèrent, elles allèrent. So let's see one more time. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for le passé simple du verbe. The verb vivre, vivre is to live, and we'll see especially le passé simple, so the forms from the passé simple du verbe vivre. Okay, so we can start right now. So we've got the verb vivre, to live, and then les formes du passé simple. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, final S not pronounced. Tu vécus, same thing. Il vécut, elle vécut, final T not pronounced. So basically you've got only one form here, and it's vécu for all these three persons. Nous vécûmes, final S not pronounced. Vous vécûtes, same thing here. Ils vécurent, so remember, mark for the plural, ENT is not pronounced phonetically, you don't get it, so vécurent, okay? Ils vécurent, and then elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for the verb, le verbe vivre au passé simple, le passé antérieur. Okay, so we can start right now. And normally when I introduce tenses in videos, I divide the video in two parts. The first part will cover l'utilisation, so when do we use, le passé antérieur, and the second part will cover la formation, how do we construct, how do we make this passé antérieur. Okay, so let's see first now l'utilisation. And well, the important thing when we talk about le passé antérieur is that we will use that pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. And then they should be exprimés au passé simple. So clearly, what does it mean? It means that this passé antérieur form is the past in the past. Okay, so when you want to express something that happened before another event that happened in the past, then in that case you should use le passé antérieur, but keep in mind that it works in connection to le passé simple. So it means that if you want to use that orally, if you want to use this past in the past concept, normally we've got, well, the tense that I've been introducing previously, and that's what we call le plus que parfait. Okay, but then in some cases, if you want to use le passé simple, and if you want to use something that happened before, then you should definitely use le passé antérieur. Okay, so keep in mind that l'utilisation est rare, so you will use it quite rarely, maybe never, okay, but you will probably encounter a few passés antérieurs. L'utilisation est à l'écrit, so it's mostly written, and then l'utilisation est dans le langage soutenu, so we are talking about formal French in that case. We're not really talking about the French that you will use orally with friends or family, okay, because in that case you will use other tenses of the past. So let's imagine that this is now. So this is the present, c'est le présent, okay? And let's say that you want to express something that happened in the past and you want to use le passé simple, okay? So it's possible, of course. If you don't know how to make the passé simple, well, I've been making little videos on that, so you can check it if you want. Okay, so first idea, you want to express something in the past at le passé simple. So keep in mind that the rule is quite strict, because if you want to express something that previously happened, in that case you get to use le passé antérieur. Okay, so first le présent, then first thing in the past you want to use le passé simple. Keep in mind that this is le passé antérieur. That should be used if you want to express something that happened even before. Okay, so this is the past in the past. This is the concept. An example here. So, dès qu'il eut bu son café, il partit au travail. So you can see here that you've got the verb boire, and it's at the passé antérieur form. So first he decides to drink his coffee, then he decides to leave and to go to work. Okay, so in that case you get this passé simple here. So that's the whole concept. First you've got this passé antérieur, then you get the passé simple. Everything happens in the past, okay, but then you wanted to use first, in that case, le passé simple, and then you get no choice, but you get to use le passé antérieur for this past in the past concept. So now let's see how do we construct le passé antérieur. And I've been deciding to put few examples, okay, so the first sentence will be always at le passé simple, and the second sentence will be at le passé antérieur. So le passé simple, je mangeais au restaurant. Okay, so the verb is manger, to eat. And then you will get j'eus mangé au restaurant. Second one, tu regardas la télévision. Regarder is to watch. Tu eus regardé la télévision. And then we've got il alla au travail. Il fut allé au travail. And if you take the time to look at these forms, you can spot and you can see that we've got two parts. So it means that it is a compound tense, okay? And then, as usual in French, when we're talking about compound tenses, then the second part here is always the same. It's le participe passé, so this past participle. Okay, so manger will become manger, regarder, regarder, aller will become aller. Okay, and the first part here, as usual in French, we will use whether avoir or être. And in this case, when we're talking about le passé antérieur, then avoir should be, or être should be at the passé simple form. Okay, so this is the concept, and this is the way we will construct this passé antérieur form. First you get avoir, and it must be conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will put your participe passé, this past participle, and you will get le passé antérieur. Okay, in some cases, remember, we will use être. Same thing here, you get to conjugate être at the passé simple form. Then you will get, then you will put le participe passé, and it will give you le passé antérieur. Let's see now the verbs that will require the use of être. And we're talking about aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to be born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, to come back, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will be conjugated at le passé antérieur, or then more generally at all the compound tenses in French with être. And then we've got the verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. Okay, so to watch, to look at oneself, to call oneself, to present oneself. So these verbs are called les verbes pronominaux, and all les verbes pronominaux will as well require être at le passé antérieur, or more generally at all the compound tenses in French. So let's see now how avoir is conjugated at le passé simple, because that's the first part that we will use in this passé antérieur form. And it's j'eus, tu eus, il, elle, on eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so j'eus, tu eus, il eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent. Then être goes like that. Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, on fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, elles furent. Okay? So this is the first part. Remember that you get to use when you construct this passé antérieur. Then the second part is what we call le participe passé. And keep in mind that when we're talking about the verbs from the first group, regular verbs ending with er, then they will be quite easy, because you just need to take away this er form and you put accent aigu instead. Phonetically it's quite easy because it's exactly the same thing. Parler will become parler. Regarder will become regarder. And even this tricky verb aller, to go, remember you don't conjugate that like the verbs from the first group, but even this one, when it comes to this participe passé form, then it's quite easy because it goes like aller. Okay? Parler, parler, regarder, regarder, aller, aller. Alright, so the second group of regular verbs, so ending with er, remember we're not talking about all the verbs ending with er, but they will be quite easy as well, because you just take away this er thing and you just replace it with I. Okay, so choisir will become choisi, finir will become fini, unir will become uni, okay, etc., etc. After that, of course, we've got the tricky ones, so verbs from the third group. So we can make some subgroups, but then be careful, you should definitely learn them by heart, but if it helps, so les participes passés qui finissent avec U, that will end with U, for example. Connaître will become connu, voir will become vu, okay, and then in I as well, so partir will become parti, rire will become ri, okay, and then in IT, écrire will become écrit, dire will become dit, and then in IS, mettre will become mis, and prendre will become pris. Okay, so connaître, to know, connu, voir, to see, vu, partir, to leave, parti, rire, to laugh, ri, écrire, to write, écrit, dire, to say, dit, mettre, to put, mis, prendre, to take, pris. Okay? Few examples now, or I will conjugate the verb parler at the passé antérieur form, and you will get j'eus parlé, tu eus parlé, il eut parlé, elle eut parlé, on eut parlé, nous eûmes parlé, vous eûtes parlé, ils eurent parlé, elles eurent parlé. Okay, so you can see that we've got our participe passé that will end with e. Okay, for a good reason, because remember that when we use être, then something will happen like for all the compound tenses in French. When we put être, then it means that at the end of your participe passé here, you will have to put whether the feminine or the plural form if needed. Of course, in that case you get elle, so it's the feminine singular, so you should add this e at the end for the feminine singular. And then in that case you get the plural, masculine plural, then you should put s for the masculine plural. And here you've got the feminine plural, and you should add this e and s for the feminine plural. Okay, keep in mind that, well, it's actually quite easy because phonetically they are They are the same, all right? But then you should add this final for the feminine, final s for the plural, and final es for the feminine plural. And it goes like that. Il fut allé, elle fut allée, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. Okay, so let's see now all the forms. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. So I will make now the liaison because I know that some of you want me to make the liaison all the time. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. Okay, so remember that you put when needed for the feminine form, you put s when needed for the plural form, and then es for the feminine plural form. Okay? So keep in mind that le passé antérieur, one more time, you get avoir conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will have your participe passé form and you will get this passé antérieur form. In some cases, as we saw, we'll use être, same thing at the passé simple. Then your participe passé and it will give you le passé antérieur. Les verbes en IR du troisième groupe. So keep in mind that in French we've got 3 groups of verbs, and then the third one, the troisième groupe, is quite irregular, and especially we can find some verbs ending with IR, okay, that don't belong to the second group of regular verbs, but they belong to this third group. So we will see them, okay, because someone wanted me to list them. So of course, it's always a pleasure to please you. So let's see now how they go, and keep in mind that all the verbs en IR don't belong to the second group, because many people tend to think that all the IR verbs will be regular and they belong to the second group, and it's not the case, unfortunately. So we will see them right now. Tenir, s'abstenir, appartenir, contenir, détenir, entretenir, maintenir, obtenir, retenir, soutenir. Okay, so one more time. Tenir, s'abstenir, appartenir, contenir, détenir, entretenir, maintenir, obtenir, retenir, soutenir. Venir, advenir, circonvenir, contrevenir, convenir, devenir, disconvenir, intervenir, parvenir, prévenir. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Venir, advenir, circonvenir, contrevenir, convenir, devenir, disconvenir, intervenir, parvenir, prévenir. Provenir, redevenir, revenir, se souvenir, subvenir, survenir, acquérir, conquérir, s'enquérir, reconquérir. Okay, so one more time. Provenir, redevenir, revenir, se souvenir, subvenir, survenir, acquérir, conquérir, s'enquérir, reconquérir. Requérir, sentir, consentir, pressentir, ressentir, mentir, démentir, partir, repartir, se repentir. And one more time. Requérir, sentir, consentir, pressentir, ressentir, mentir, démentir, partir, repartir, se repentir. Sortir, ressortir, vêtir, dévêtir, revêtir, ouvrir, couvrir, découvrir, redécouvrir, recouvrir. So one more time. Sortir, ressortir, vêtir, dévêtir, revêtir, ouvrir, couvrir, découvrir, redécouvrir, recouvrir. Entrouvrir, rouvrir, offrir, souffrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, défaillir, faillir. Entrouvrir, rouvrir, offrir, souffrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, défaillir, faillir. Bouillir, dormir, endormir, s'endormir, rendormir, se rendormir, courir, accourir, concourir, discourir. So one more time. Bouillir, dormir, endormir, s'endormir, rendormir, se rendormir, courir, accourir, concourir, discourir. Encourir, parcourir, recourir, secourir, mourir, servir, desservir, resservir, fuir, s'enfuir. So one more time. Encourir, parcourir, recourir, secourir, mourir, servir, desservir, resservir, fuir, s'enfuir. Les verbes en war, so from the third group of course, so les verbes en OIR, en war, okay, so let's start now. Recevoir, apercevoir, concevoir, décevoir, percevoir, voir, entrevoir, prévoir, revoir, pourvoir. Okay, so one more time. Recevoir, apercevoir, concevoir, décevoir, percevoir, voir, entrevoir, prévoir, revoir, pourvoir. Savoir, devoir, pouvoir, mouvoir, émouvoir, promouvoir, pleuvoir, repleuvoir, falloir, valoir. Okay, so let's repeat them. Savoir, devoir, pouvoir, mouvoir, émouvoir, promouvoir, sorry it doesn't look so nice, but then promouvoir, pleuvoir, repleuvoir, falloir, valoir. Équivaloir, prévaloir, revaloir, vouloir, asseoir, rasseoir, soir, sursoir, choir, déchoir. So let's repeat them. Équivaloir, prévaloir, revaloir, vouloir, asseoir, rasseoir, soir, sursoir, choir, déchoir. La négation avec les verbes pronominaux. Okay, so we can start right now. And when we talk about la négation in French, normally we are talking about two different parts. The first one is ne, and the second one is pas. Okay, and then in that video we will focus on les verbes pronominaux. So we are talking about the verbs that will have this se in front of them at the infinitive form. Okay, so for instance, regarder, to watch, to look, and when you put this se form, well, basically se regarder, it's to look at oneself. Okay, so it's actually quite interesting. And when we will put these verbs at the negative form, well, they can be a bit tricky. So that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to make a video regarding these verbs. So let's see, and we will see first le présent, then the futur proche, then le futur simple, and then le passé composé for this first part, okay? So at the present form, regarder will actually be like je regarde. Okay, and then if you put the negative form, it's actually quite simple. Je ne, so remember the first part here before the verb, and after that, pas. Okay, so you've got the negative form here. Je ne regarde pas. Okay, so let's see now when we've got this verb pronominal se regarder, and you can see that when you conjugate it, then you will get je me regarde, and for the negative form, je ne. So now you can see that the first part of the negative form should be here. Then you will have me, then regarde, and finally pas. Okay, so je ne me regarde pas. So for the futur proche now, remember the futur proche is somehow a fake future because actually you are using this aller verb to go. So je vais regarder. If you want to translate that directly in English, it's I am going to watch, I am going to look. Okay, so je vais regarder. And in that case, it's quite interesting because you've got two verbs. So remember that when you put the negative form, je ne, okay, so the first part will be before aller, and then the second part right after aller. Je ne vais pas regarder. Okay, let's see how it will go with se regarder. So, je vais me regarder. So, I am going to watch at myself or myself. And then, négation, je ne vais pas. So, actually, it does behave the same way. You put ne and pas before the first and after the first verb. Okay, then, me regarder. So, je ne vais pas me regarder. So let's see now the futur simple, so the real future, and it's actually not that difficult. So you will get je regarderai, okay, so negative form, je ne regarderai pas, okay, so it does behave like normally when you get only one verb, and then se regarder, je me regarderai, je ne, so exactly the same way, after that me regarderai pas. Je ne me regarderai pas. Okay? And now let's see le passé composé. So normally the passé composé is quite tricky because it's a compound tense, sorry. So it will go like j'ai regardé. And remember that the negative form of le passé composé is quite tricky because you should start, well, first with je, and then you put the negative form here, ne, okay, and then e is going away because you've got the vowel here. So, je n'ai, and then your second part of the negative form is coming right after pas, and then regarder. Je n'ai pas regardé. Let's see for se regarder now. Je me suis regardé. And then for the negative form, je ne. So first you put your first part of the negative form, then me suis pas regardé. Okay? Je ne me suis pas regardé. So let's see now how we will construct this negative form of les verbes pronominaux at the imparfait form, so plus que parfait, conditionnel présent, and then conditionnel passé. So for l'imparfait, then regarder will go like je regardais, and then the negative form, je ne regardais pas. Then se regarder, actually quite simple, you've got only one form or one verb, so je me regardais, je ne me regardais pas. Okay, so remember, as usual, ne first, then you will put me, and then pas at the end. Let's see now for the plus que parfait, remember, so plus que parfait and conditionnel passé, well, they somehow will behave like le passé composé because they are compound tenses as well. Okay, so it will be exactly the same thing. So let's have a look at regarder at plus que parfait, and it goes like that. J'avais regardé, and then for the negative form, je n'avais pas regardé. And for le verbe pronominal se regarder, then you will get je m'étais regardé. Then je ne m'étais pas regardé. Okay, so exactly the same thing. Remember, you will put ne to your first part, then you will keep m'était together, and after that you will put your pas. Okay, a common mistake is to put this pas at the end, right here. Okay, so remember, it shouldn't be here, but it should be definitely right after avoir or être in that case. Okay. Conditionnel présent, then it will go like that. Regarder, je regarderai. Okay. Negative form, je ne regarderai pas. Forme pronominale se regarder, je me regarderai, and then it will go je ne me regarderai pas. Okay, basically one verb, so it's not that tricky, you just keep it here. Remember that me should be connected to it, and then before and after. And let's see now le conditionnel passé. So remember, as I said, it's a compound tense, so it will behave exactly as we had le passé composé and then le plus que parfait. So let's see. Regarder, j'aurais regardé, je n'aurais pas regardé. Okay, and let's see now for se regarder. Je me serais regardé, je ne me serais pas regardé. Okay, so exactly the same way as we had for the passé composé and le plus que parfait. Okay, remember that actually for the subjonctif, le passé simple, le futur antérieur, so all these tenses that we already covered in the past lessons, well, it will be exactly the same way. Les interjections. Okay, so when we're talking about les interjections, actually, une interjection can also be une onomatopée. We are basically talking about all these little sounds or words that people can produce when they want to express certain feelings. Okay, so and of course they are different in all the languages. So we'll see now how we do express la douleur in French. Okay, so here is the translation, and well, here are the options. The first one will be aïe, the second one oui, then it can be aïe aïe aïe. Okay, so remember aïe, oui, aïe aïe aïe. When we're talking about le dégoût, so disgust, in that case, we can, well, actually use this burk or then pois. Okay, so burk, pois. Then l'incrédulité. Okay, l'incrédulité. Well, tu parles would be an option. Then mon œil, it's actually quite funny, my eye, mon œil, or then oui, sûrement. And this one is quite funny as well because basically it's yes for sure, yes of course, but then in that case, of course, you want to say that you don't believe this person. Okay, so whether tu parles, or then mon œil, or then oui, sûrement. Then l'admiration, oh, or then wow, super, top, or then trop fort. Of course, in this category, well, it does evolve, and probably there will be some new expressions in the coming months or years, but then these ones are actually the basics that you can find. So, oh, wow, super, top, trop fort. Okay, so let's see now. L'indifférence. Bof is a common one. Bof. Then le soulagement. First one would be ouf, and then the second one would be enfin. Okay, so ouf, enfin. And finally, la satisfaction. Très bien, extra, super, parfait, and it's exactly the same as I said previously. So basically this category evolves all the time. So these ones are the well, basics ones, and then well, you can hear some new ones from time to time. Okay, so but then très bien, extra, super, or then parfait. So the important thing when we're talking about les interjections, it's quite good to know them. Just know exactly according to the context that you are in, or the persons you are talking to or talking with, if you can use them or not, because they are not that formal. So if it's a formal context, then maybe it would be better not to use them. L'interrogation et les registres de langue. Okay, and more precisely, we will cover la langue soutenue, la langue courante et la langue familière. Okay, so la langue soutenue, la langue courante et la langue familière. Just because, well, in most of the cases, if you want to ask a question, you will have all these options. So whether it's in a formal situation, an everyday situation, the last one, it's spoken and it's really informal. So I would advise you to know it and maybe not to use it. Well, it's up to you, but then be careful. Okay, so we can start right now. And the first question is, qui est présent? And so in that case, you can see that it's a normal way of asking a question. You will start with qui, who, est, is présent, present here. Okay, so it's, well, a normal question. But then, of course, we can have these two other options, as I said. So the second one here is the more, well, common. So it's an everyday language. So qui est-ce qui est présent? And then the last one, qui c'est qui est présent? Okay, so this one, as I said, it's really spoken and not formal at all. So don't use that if you're not sure about the context or the situation or the persons that you are talking with. Okay, so I'd rather advise you to use the first one or the second one. Okay, so qui est présent, or then qui est-ce qui est présent? Keep in mind that we tend to use this est-ce que, est-ce qui. Okay, so this is quite oral in that case. Second question, so que fais-tu? Okay, so in that case, what do you do? So basically we put the verb first and then after that we will put tu. Okay, so que fais-tu? Let's see how it will go if it's not as official. So it would go like qu'est-ce que tu fais? Okay, so same thing. We tend to use this est-ce que. We add that. Okay, and the last one, tu fais quoi? Okay, so in that case, keep in mind that you should raise your voice at the end, just to make clear that it's a question. Okay, then à qui penses-tu? So in that case, it's quite interesting because penser, to think, okay, in that case, to think about someone or something, should be constructed with the preposition à, so it's coming before. À qui penses-tu? Okay, and so if it's less official, then you could, as usual, add this est-ce que, so à qui est-ce que tu penses? Okay, à qui est-ce que tu penses? Okay, and then the less formal, so the spoken way, à qui tu penses, or then tu penses à qui? Okay, so let's see them one more time. Qui est présent? Qui est-ce qui est présent? Qui c'est qui est présent? Then, que fais-tu? And you will get, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Tu fais quoi? À qui penses-tu? À qui est-ce que tu penses? À qui tu penses? Tu penses à qui? So let's continue. And then the next question, it is, De quoi parle-t-il? So, parler, to talk. Parler de, to talk about. So, what is he talking about? De quoi parle-t-il? Okay. So, the less formal or the everyday way of saying that is de quoi est-ce qu'il parle? Okay, so you can see one more time that we add this est-ce que thing. And then, de quoi il parle? Or then, il parle de quoi? Okay, one more time, be careful, the last options are really informal. Then, avec qui vient-elle? Okay, so venir is to come. Venir avec, it's to come with. Okay, so avec qui vient-elle? So it will be like avec qui est-ce qu'elle vient? So one more time, we add this est-ce que. Okay, and then avec qui elle vient? Elle vient avec qui? All right. À quoi pense-t-elle? So we saw that penser is to think. Okay, so in that case, it's not to think about someone but something. So à quoi pense-t-elle? Okay, and it will become à quoi est-ce qu'elle pense? Or then à quoi elle pense à quoi? Okay, so let's see them. And normally keep in mind that we should, raise our voice at the end because there are questions. So I will raise my voice now. De quoi parle-t-il? De quoi est-ce qu'il parle? De quoi il parle? Il parle de quoi? Avec qui vient-elle? Avec qui est-ce qu'elle vient? Avec qui elle vient? Elle vient avec qui? À quoi pense-t-elle? À quoi est-ce qu'elle pense? À quoi elle pense? Elle pense à quoi? Okay. Few more questions. The first one, comment s'appelle-t-il? Okay, remember, so what is his name? Comment s'appelle-t-il? So that's the correct way to ask the name of someone. So if you want to actually, well, as usual, make it less formal, then you will have to use this est-ce que. So, comment est-ce qu'il s'appelle? And then the spoken way, comment il s'appelle comment? Okay? Où allons-nous? Où est-ce que nous allons? Où nous allons? Nous allons où? Quand viendras-tu? Quand est-ce que tu viendras? Quand tu viendras? Tu viendras quand? Okay, so, one more time. Comment s'appelle-t-il? Comment est-ce qu'il s'appelle? Comment il s'appelle? Il s'appelle comment? Où allons-nous? Où est-ce que nous allons? Où nous allons? Nous allons où? Quand viendras-tu? Quand est-ce que tu viendras? Quand tu viendras? Tu viendras quand? La négation, and more precisely, the famous ne, ni, ni. Okay, so it looks a bit strange maybe, but don't worry, it will be quite clear after this video. So normally when we talk about la négation, so the negative form in French, we have two parts, so ne and then pas. Okay, but of course when we talk about ne pas, we are talking about une négation. Okay, and actually it's possible to have deux négations as well, and in that case, of course, the structure will change and we won't use only ne pas, we will use ne, so the first part, then we will use ni, and then ni as well. So let's see how it will work. And we will see examples avec des verbes, so with verbs, avec des adjectifs, with adjectives, and avec des noms, with nouns or substantives. Okay, so the first one, avec des verbes. So let's see how it will go. So if we've got a sentence like il chante. Chante is to sing, so he's singing. And in that case, if you want to put the negative form, in that case, it's quite simple because as usual, we will put the first part, ne, so before the verb, and then you will put the second part, pas, after the verb, so you will get il ne chante pas. Okay, so it's quite simple, but then if you have a sentence like il chante et il danse, okay, so he's singing and he's dancing, in that case, well, whether you will use il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas, so it's actually quite interesting because in that case, and that's normally what people tend to use, okay, you will basically repeat this negative form with et, and, okay, so il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas. Okay, so we've got this other option, and in the case of verbs, actually it's quite interesting because if you use this other option that we saw, ne, ni, okay, in that case it will be quite rare to hear that, because in most of the cases that's what we call langue soutenue, so it's really formal, official, it's not really everyday language, okay, but then it would go like il ne chante ni ne danse, okay, and keep in mind that you don't use the pas at all, okay, il ne chante ni ne danse. But in most of the cases, well, people will use this option right here. Il ne chante pas et il ne danse pas. And in that case, we're talking about verbs, okay? Because you will see that for les adjectifs, it will be a bit different because, let's see now. Il est grand, okay? Grand is tall. Il est grand, okay? Négatif, forme négative, pardon. Il n'est pas grand, okay, so it's quite simple in that case, we just keep the negative form as usual, but then if we've got il est grand et fort, fort is strong, okay, then in that case, if you want to put the negative form, you will get il n'est, okay, so you will use first this first part of the negative form, ne, okay, but then as you get this vowel here, you will drop the e, il n'est, then you will put your ni before the adjective, the first one, and the second ni before the second adjective. Okay, so you will get il n'est ni grand ni fort. Keep in mind that pas is not here at all. Okay, so it's a common mistake to somehow try to put pas in the sentence. Pas is not here, okay? Il n'est ni grand ni fort. So let's see now how it will go avec des noms, okay? So the first example, of course, with one word or noun, j'aime le fromage, and then for the negative form it will go like je n'aime pas le fromage, okay? So not a problem at all. But then let's see how it will go. J'aime le fromage et le vin rouge. Okay, so fromage is cheese and then vin rouge is red wine. So it's only for adults, remember that? J'aime le fromage et le vin rouge, and in that case, if you want to put the negative form, then it will go like je n'aime, so the first part of the negative form, ni, so you put it before your word here, le fromage, ni, before the second one, le vin rouge. Okay? Je n'aime ni le fromage, ni le vin rouge. Same thing, there is no pas at all, so pas doesn't exist here. Okay? So, je n'aime ni le fromage, ni le vin rouge. L'expression de l'intensité. Okay, so l'expression de l'intensité. So clearly we're talking about how to express this a lot thing in concept in English, in French. So it will be, for instance, here we can use des préfixes. Okay, so let's see what kind of prefix we could use. The first one would be hyper, then super, extra, maxi, archi, or then sûr. So if we're talking about prefix in that case, it means that you will have to add these little things in front of your word. Okay, so hyper, super, extra, maxi, archi, sûr. All right, so let's see how it could go. Quelques exemples. C'est super bon. Okay, so basically you could say c'est bon, it's good, but then if you want to make it more, even more, in that case you can add this super in front of bon, and you combine it, you get c'est super bon. C'est archi classique. C'est hyper difficile. Ok, c'est super bon, c'est archi classique, c'est hyper difficile. So let's see now if we've got a noun, so un nom. In that case, you can also use énormément de, then it will be followed by your noun. My God, I will manage. Or then it could be beaucoup de, followed by your noun. Okay? Let's see a few examples now. Quelques exemples. Il a beaucoup de travail. Il a beaucoup de travail. And then, il y a énormément de neige. Il y a énormément de neige. Okay, so remember, beaucoup de, énormément de, and then your word, travail, neige. If we have un adjectif ou un adverbe, in that case you can use extrêmement, très, énormément, parfaitement. Okay? Extrêmement, très, énormément, parfaitement, avec un adjectif ou un adverbe. Quelques exemples. Il voyage très rarement. C'est extrêmement bon. Il voyage très rarement. C'est extrêmement bon. Troisième et dernière catégorie avec un verbe. Verbe plus beaucoup. Verbe plus extrêmement. Verbe plus énormément. Verbe plus beaucoup, verbe plus extrêmement, verbe plus énormément. Quelques exemples. Elle travaille beaucoup. Il voyage énormément. Elle travaille beaucoup. Il voyage énormément. Okay, so keep in mind that you will have to put them after your verb. Ok? Et voilà, vous êtes des spécialistes pour l'expression de l'intensité. Merci beaucoup, passez une agréable journée. Au revoir et à bientôt. La comparaison parallèle. La comparaison parallèle, so it's actually quite simple. It's a bit difficult to present, so I'll try to be as clear as possible, but normally when we'll cover the examples, you will understand that quite quickly. So basically, la comparaison parallèle, you would like to compare two things that are somehow going in the same direction, so basically more and more, plus et plus. Okay, or then it could be in the other direction, moins et moins, less and less, or then it could be in the same direction like that, autant, autant, as much as. Okay, the other possibility would be, of course, like that. Okay, and it's plus et moins, or then the last option would be moins et plus. Okay, so let's see exactly what I'm talking about right here. So the first example is plus et plus. Okay, so you can see that I don't pronounce it final S. Plus je travaille, plus je suis fatigué. Okay, so keep in mind that you should start your sentence with plus here. Then you should put this virgule right here, then continue with plus. And basically what you want to say is je travaille, I work, je suis fatigué, I am tired. So the more I work, the more I am tired. And it's quite useful, it's quite simple to make because have a look, plus, structure, virgule, plus, and then you continue. And of course, if you want to say the same thing but in the other direction, so moins et moins, less and less, well, it will be exactly the same way to construct your sentence. Moins je dors, it's I sleep, so the less I sleep. Moins je suis en forme, I am in a good shape. Okay? Moins je dors, moins je suis en forme. Okay, so it's quite simple. Don't forget here la virgule to make the little separation between the two. And then the other one would be autant, autant. So remember, autant son travail est intéressant. Okay, so son travail, his job, est intéressant, is interesting. Autant ses collègues sont désagréables. Ses collègues, his colleagues, sont désagréables. Well, they're not so nice. And then in that case, well, clearly the same. With this sentence, you want to compare two things. The first one, and you want to put them like, you want to compare the two things because they are somehow equally important. So, son travail est intéressant, so his job is interesting. And the second thing is, ses collègues sont désagréables. So the structure will be exactly the same. You start with autant. Remember to put here la virgule, and you continue with autant and the structure. Okay? Autant son travail est intéressant, autant ses collègues sont désagréables. So now we'll see or how it will go if we've got plus and then moins. Because basically it will change a little bit. In that case, have a look. So we start with plus. Okay, so plus je me couche tard. Okay, so coucher it's to go to bed, and then tard it's late. Okay, so plus je me couche tard. And now you can see that we don't put la virgule, but we put et. Okay, and et here. Okay, so plus je me couche tard et, and then you will continue with your moins. Moins je me lève tôt. Okay, se lever is to wake up, tôt, early. Plus je me couche tard et moins je me lève tôt. Okay, and basically in the same way, we will construct the structure with moins et plus. Like that, you start with moins. So, moins je mange. Okay, so basically, je mange, it's to eat. Moins je mange et plus j'ai faim. J'ai faim, avoir faim, it's to be hungry, so plus j'ai faim. Moins je mange et, remember you should put this et and then continue, plus j'ai faim. La comparaison progressive. And you will see that it's actually quite simple in French. So basically when we talk about la comparaison progressive, we talk about la progression, so that's the key word. So la progression, it could go like that, or then like that. And you will see that it will be really simple to construct that, because basically in that case you will use this plus et plus, and then here it will be moins et moins. So let's see now how to construct that if we want to combine it with un adjectif. Okay, so in that case it will be quite simple. You will need to use this de plus en plus, so basically you make the liaison, de plus en plus. Okay, and then here de moins en moins, but then you make the liaison, de moins en moins. So let's see two examples now, and the first one, il fait de plus en plus chaud. Il fait de moins en moins froid. Okay, so you can see that it's really simple to make it, because basically you've got your adjective here, and just before it you will have to put this de plus en plus, okay, or then de moins en moins. Alright, so it is really, really simple. let's see now if you want to combine it with an adverb. Okay, so basically, what a surprise, it's the same. De plus en plus, de moins en moins. Okay, so il vient de plus en plus rarement, and then elle voyage de moins en moins souvent. So it's exactly the same thing. So normally you would have your sentence il vient rarement, so the adverb would come after the verb, just between the two, or then to be more precise, before your adverb you will put this de plus en plus, okay, and then de moins en moins. So let's see now how it will work with un nom. And then in that case, you can see that it's a bit different because you will have to use this de plus en plus, but then keep in mind that you should put de as well, okay? And then de moins en moins, de. All right? It will be the only difference between what we saw for un adjectif ou un adverbe. So let's see how it will go now. Vous avez de plus en plus de livres. Okay, so you can see that you put this de here, and then you will put your words or your noun, livre, chez vous. Okay. Nous avons de moins en moins de problèmes avec nos voisins. Alright, so it's actually the same way, you just put this de plus en plus, but then you need to remember to put de, okay, and then de moins en moins, de. So you can see that it's quite simple in French to make this comparaison progressive de proposition au conditionnel, okay? And so we'll see right now what we are talking about. And basically, well, I've been making a video covering this topic previously, but then if we want to construct a sentence that will use this conditionnel form, and that will start with si. Si means if. Okay, if, in that case, remember that the rule is quite strict, and then it's never directly followed by the conditionnel, but then it should be followed by l'imparfait. Okay, so if, and then you will put imparfait, and right after will come le conditionnel présent. So if, then imparfait, and after that conditionnel présent. So the example that we could have here, si je pouvais, okay, pouvoir can, je partirais, partirais is to leave, en voyage. Okay, and so the sentence is like that. So si, if, and then you will have this imparfait form of can, then after that you have this conditionnel présent form of partir, to leave, en voyage. Si je pouvais, je partirais en voyage. Okay, but in many situations, maybe persons don't really want to start the sentence with, so of course, sorry about that, now you get the idea, okay, so imparfait, and then conditionnel présent. Okay, but then, as I said, if you don't want to use si, then it is of course possible, and in a way it's maybe more simple for most of you, because it means that in that case you can start right away with conditionnel présent, then it will be followed by conditionnel présent as well. So it's actually quite practical in that case, because basically you don't need to put this if structure, okay, or just if, not the structure, sorry, but you don't need to put this if. You just start straight with conditionnel présent, and then it will be followed by le conditionnel présent as well. And then if we take exactly the same sentence as we had previously, so of course you can see that in that case if is not here, we take the same verb can, but here you put le conditionnel présent form, okay, and then basically it's je pourrais, I could, je partirais en voyage, okay, and then you keep this conditionnel présent form of partir here, okay? And basically this sentence means express exactly the same thing as the one that we saw previously, starting with si, if, okay? So it's quite, well, practical in a way if you don't really want to put this imparfait form, or then if you don't remember how to put it, then you can construct this sentence with deux conditionnels présents, sorry. And so, yeah, conditionnel présent, conditionnel présent. I don't know what happens to me today. I'm going too fast. Okay, the second situation when you can use si and you won't have this conditionnel, of course in that case it won't be the conditionnel présent, but it's the conditionnel passé. And the rule goes like si, if, followed by plus que parfait, and then you have this conditionnel passé. Okay, so that's the rule. As we saw previously, the conditionnel présent was constructed with if and then imparfait. In that case, it's si, if, and then plus que parfait, then conditionnel passé. Okay, the example. Si j'avais pu, it's exactly the same example for this video. Okay, in that case you get pouvoir. Okay, can again, but in that case it's plus que parfait. Je serais parti. Okay, here you've got partir, to leave, and then you've got this conditionnel passé form, en voyage. Okay, so here plus que parfait, then conditionnel passé. Exactly the same thing. Just imagine that you don't want to use this if. It is possible, then it will be quite simple. You will first put conditionnel passé, then conditionnel passé as well. So it's exactly the same idea as we had previously with the conditionnel présent. You just constructed with two conditionnel passé. And so let's take the same sentence again, and you have j'aurais pu, je serais parti en voyage. Okay, so clearly you've got here conditionnel passé, here conditionnel passé as well, but then keep in mind that you don't use si, if. You cannot use it because it will be somehow big mistake. Okay, so this is the idea. It's possible to avoid these structures with si. It is your decision after all, but then keep in mind that if you want to start with si, then you will have to follow the rules quite strictly. Les extractions avec un pronom relatif. Okay, so let's see exactly what we are talking about in this video, and we will actually one more time see les pronoms relatifs, well, because they are used quite much in French language, but then we'll see a structure that will actually combine c'est, okay, it is, this is, and then un pronom relatif. Okay, so if you don't have any clue about les pronoms relatifs, I've been making a video covering this topic, so maybe it would be better for you to have a look at this first video and then come back to this video after. Okay, but then if you remember, les pronoms relatifs are qui, que, dont, and où. And so let's see the first example. Okay, so let's imagine that we have two sentences like c'est lui, okay, so it's him, c'est le professeur de ma sœur, he's the teacher of my sister, okay, if you translate directly like that, okay, and well, basically the idea would be to combine these two sentences and have only one, okay, and then, well, basically we will use qui, all right, and we will use c'est, so as I said. Okay, so you've got the first sentence, so you can see that it's like it was before. C'est lui, you don't touch it. Okay, qui est le professeur de ma sœur? Okay, so keep in mind and remember that we will put qui just because in the second sentence here it's the subject. Okay, so that's the reason why. Okay, it doesn't have to do anything to do with the fact that it's a person or well, it's not an object. Well, basically, it's just because it's a subject, a grammatical subject right here. Okay, so c'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. Okay, so you can see that, you know, instead of having two sentences like that, well, basically you just combine one, or you just make one by combining these two sentences using c'est, okay, and after that you will use this pronom relatif qui. Alright, so it does work if it's the subject. Let's see now another example. C'est elle, okay, so it's her. Je l'ai rencontrée dans un café. So I met her in a café. And you can see that in that case, in the second sentence, well, it's not the subject. It's complément d'objet direct. So this is the reason why we will use que. Okay, and let's see what results we will have. So basically the same concept, you just keep the first sentence like c'est elle, okay, it's exactly the same here, c'est elle. Then you will put your pronom relatif, que, okay, remember we put que because in the second sentence, well, basically it's not the subject, it's this complément d'objet direct, okay, grammatical object. C'est elle que j'ai rencontré dans un café. So basically your sentence continues after that. C'est elle que j'ai rencontré dans un café. Troisième exemple. So third example. C'est la personne. Je t'ai parlé de cette personne. Okay, so it's the person. It's quite strange. I mean, of course, these sentences wouldn't be used, but then it's just to show you how to combine them to make what sentence normally we use. Okay, so c'est la personne. It's the person. Je t'ai parlé de cette personne, and it's interesting here because, well, you can see that la personne is replaced here by de cette personne here. So I was about to say te, but no. So it's right here, okay? So the important thing here is that you are introducing cette personne with the preposition de. Okay? And it does mean that in that case, it's not complément d'objet direct, okay? And it does mean also that you will have to use another pronoun. All right, so let's see what pronoun we will use, and the pronoun is dont, just because we introduce this complément with the preposition de. Okay, so you get c'est la personne dont je t'ai parlé. All right, so you just, as we saw previously, rewrite the first sentence, c'est la personne, then you will put dont, so your pronom relatif right here, and then you continue your sentence without, of course, because you've been replacing de cette personne by dont, without rewriting de cette personne. Okay, so you get a quite short sentence here. C'est la personne dont je t'ai parlé. All right, and let's see one more example. C'est le café. Je vais dans ce café après le travail. Okay, so exactly the same thing. C'est le café, so it's the café. Je vais dans ce café. I go in this café après le travail, after work. And in that case, you can see that basically it's dans ce café, and we're talking about a place. Okay, and in that case, when we're talking about a place, we will use le pronom relatif où. Okay, remember to put the accent. Où. All right, and so the sentence that we will get will be as previously. The first part doesn't change. C'est le café. Then, instead of dans ce café, you will put your pronoun où right here. je vais, and then après le travail. So basically, direct translation would be c'est le café, so it's the cafe where I go after work. Okay, so it's quite close to English when you use this pronom relatif. Well, actually, in that case. Okay, so it's actually quite simple. Remember that we will use qui. C'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. Okay, so in that case, qui is used just because it's the subject in the second part. Then que, because it will be complément d'objet direct. C'est elle que j'ai rencontré. So basically, que it's instead of la personne. So j'ai rencontré cette personne. So it should come here. So it's complément d'objet direct. And then it replaces this person. Dont, just because you introduce, remember, parler de cette personne. So le complément is introduced by the preposition de. Okay, so in that case you will put your pronom relatif dont. And the last one, c'est le café où, just because it's a place, je vais après le travail. Qui, que, dont, où. Okay, so remember, qui, subject, que, complément d'objet direct, dont, complément introduced by the preposition de, and then où, when it's a place. So, one more time, c'est, followed by le pronom relatif qui, que, dont, où. Les extractions avec un pronom relatif. So even if the title can be quite scary, don't worry, it's actually quite easy. And well, actually you will have maybe to watch the video that will cover les pronoms relatifs before, because if you don't know how to use them or well, their function in a way, it could be quite tricky, but then let's try to see how it works. So les extractions avec un pronom relatif. Basically we're talking about the possibility to use this c'est, okay, it is, this is, and then followed by something, we'll see what, and then you will have to use un pronom relatif. Okay, so les pronoms relatifs, we saw them previously, as I said, it's qui, que, dont, où. So it's probably a bit strange now if you don't have any clue about what we're talking about, but you'll see that it's quite easy and especially quite practical, and French people tend to use that quite much. So the idea is that, well, the example that we will have here is c'est lui, okay, so basically this is him, it is him, okay, and after that the second sentence, c'est le professeur de ma sœur, okay, so it's my sister's teacher. And well, let's be honest, we never use two sentences like that because, well, it's quite heavy and it sounds quite strange in a way. So that's the reason why we will use, as we saw, the structure with c'est. Then you will keep lui, okay, so it's him, and then just because in the second sentence you can see that it is the subject, you will have to put qui. Alright? So, c'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. And so basically the idea is to combine two sentences that wouldn't really exist because it sounds really strange into one, okay? And you will have to use this pronom relatif here, qui, just because it is the subject in the second sentence, or in the second part, sorry, of the sentence. Okay, so c'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. The concept or the idea is normally that you should see the person. So in a way, when you use this c'est lui, somehow it would be like if you would point out this person. Okay, so this person is not that far, and well, you just see that person in the street and you say, ah, c'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. Okay, it could be in a newspaper if you want it to, it could be on TV, or then it could be on internet, but then basically you need to see and to point out or to see or to show this person. Okay, so let's see now the second possibility that we would have. It's c'est elle. Okay, same thing. Okay, it's her, this is her. Je l'ai rencontrée dans un café. So I met her in a coffee. Okay, you get here the passé composé form. And so, if you look carefully, basically in the second sentence here, you've got je, I, okay, and then you get this pronoun. So we saw that already, and it's pronom complément d'objet direct, okay. But basically, it means that it is actually not the subject in the second sentence here, but it is the grammatical object, okay, and it's direct, so you don't have any preposition. So it will mean that you will have to use le pronom relatif que. Okay, so let's see now the sentence that you will get. So exactly the same concept as we saw previously. C'est elle. Okay, then you put your pronom relatif here, and after that you continue your sentence, and in that case you continue with the subject and the verb. Okay, c'est elle que j'ai rencontrée dans un café. Okay, c'est elle que j'ai rencontrée dans un café. And so you get only one sentence, and it's actually quite practical, but then same thing, somehow you should see the person or show the person somewhere. Okay, let's see now the third example, and now it's c'est la personne. Je t'ai parlé de cette personne. So same thing here, you get two sentences, and it looks really strange when you look at them like that. So the thing that you will have to see or watch or take note is the fact that actually in the second sentence, so you get the subject here, je t'ai parlé, the verb, and then if you look carefully, so cette personne, so the thing that you don't want to repeat is introduced with la préposition de. And it is a good indication that you will have to use le pronom relatif dont. Okay, so basically c'est la personne first sentence, then je t'ai parlé de cette personne. So of course we don't want to repeat this de cette personne, and so we will use, as we did previously, c'est la personne. Okay, so we keep this part here, then we put le pronom relatif dont, and after that you continue your sentence je t'ai parlé. Okay, so technically you will of course repeat the subject and the verb, and here you get the pronoun. Okay, so c'est la personne dont je t'ai parlé. And last but not least, c'est le café. Okay, so it's the coffee. Well, this is the coffee, but we're talking about a place in that case. Je vais dans ce café après le travail. So I go to this coffee after work. Okay, so basically exactly the same thing. We've got café in both sentences. We don't want to repeat that. Okay, so basically we will have to use a pronoun, and in that case it's quite important because actually it's dans ce café. So you are talking about a place. Okay, and this is the main thing here, because you're talking about a place, a location. You will have to use le pronom où. Okay, so où is quite interesting because basically you can use this pronoun for places or for periods, sorry, or times, and it's actually working in both situations. Okay, so basically it's whether for places or for time, okay, or period of time in the day, for instance. Okay, so in that case, let's see how it will go. And basically, same thing, c'est le café. So we keep this first part. And then after that, you put the pronoun où. And of course, the sentence will continue. Je vais après le travail. Okay, so you can see that like we have here. Dans ce café. You don't repeat that, so you will keep je vais après le travail, and between the two you will use this pronom relatif. Okay? C'est le café où je vais après le travail. Alright, so I hope it was clear. Let's see them one more time. So the first one, when it's subject, c'est lui qui est le professeur de ma sœur. C'est elle que j'ai rencontré dans un café. So in that case, we're talking about the grammatical object, complément d'objet direct. Then, c'est la personne dont je t'ai parlé. And, c'est le café où je vais après le travail. La reprise avec un pronom tonique. And actually we'll see that in this lesson we'll work one more time with les pronoms toniques. Okay, we saw that previously in a video that I made, but then les pronoms toniques are quite useful, and we'll see now how they go. And it's moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Okay, so moi, it's like me in English, okay, then toi, lui, masculin, elle, féminin, nous, vous, and then eux, masculin, elle, féminin. Okay, so keep in mind that when we're talking about les pronoms toniques, actually this tonique concept means that you want to insist on something. Okay, so in that case you cannot use these pronoms as subjects. Okay, for this purpose we've got les pronoms personnels sujets. Okay, so les pronoms personnels sujets are je, tu, il masculin, elle féminin, nous, vous, and then il masculin, elle féminin. Okay, so basically in English it will be like I, you, etc. Okay, and in that case you use them as subjects, so basically you will combine them with verbs. Okay, so je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle au pluriel. And in this video we'll see that it's also possible to combine les pronoms toniques with something that we saw previously again. It's what we call les pronoms complément d'objet direct. So if it's not clear, of course I will show them, but then I won't really explain the whole concept. So there is a video covering this topic as well. So if it's not clear for you, then well, take the time to watch the video, and after that you can come back to this video. Okay? So but then les pronoms complément d'objet direct are me, te, le, la, okay, so masculin and then féminin, nous, vous, and then les. Okay, so one more time, me, te, le, la, nous, vous, and then les. And the idea basically of this video is that you can use les pronoms toniques, so that we saw, and you can combine them to insist, okay? So you can combine them with les pronoms personnels sujet, and also what we just saw, les pronoms complément d'objet direct. And so we will see now a few examples, okay? And well, the first series of example is like that. So, et toi, tu vas venir ce soir? So it's a question, okay? So basically, if you look at the question, you could use it like that. So the second part, tu vas venir, are you going to come ce soir, tonight, or this evening, okay? But then you want to insist, okay? So this is the reason why you will use this little structure here. So et toi, okay? And in that case, you use this pronom tonique, okay? Et toi, tu vas venir ce soir? So in the same way, et moi, je fais quoi? Je fais quoi? Basically, what do I do? I do what? What do I do? Et moi, je fais quoi? Et lui, il aime ce film? Et vous? Vous venez avec nous? Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, actually, the structure is quite simple. You just put this et first, then you put your pronom tonique, and after that your sentence will continue. Okay, and by doing so by using this toi first and then tu, you insist on the fact that it's you want to say et toi and you. Okay, same thing here, moi, and then followed by je. After that, here you've got this lui, and you combine it with il, okay? And then here, vous, followed by vous, okay? So these sentences are actually quite used, not that difficult to make, and they make a little difference because in that case you insist really quite strongly, okay? So, et toi, tu vas venir ce soir? Et moi, je fais quoi? Et lui, il aime ce film? Et vous, vous venez avec nous? Okay, so let's see now a second series of examples. Tu fais du sport, toi. And now you've got an interesting structure because if you look carefully, you first start with your sentence. Then you put your comma, and after that you will put this pronom tonique. So basically the pronom tonique can come at the end of your sentence, okay? Of course we are talking about really short sentences, okay? But then tu fais du sport, so you practice, you do sports, and then toi, okay? So you want to insist on the fact that it's you, it's not someone else. J'aime bien le chocolat, moi. Same concept, okay? You put your sentence, then you will finish with this pronom tonique, okay? Ils habitent loin, eux. Same thing. Ils habitent loin, so they live far or far away, okay? And then you will put your pronom tonique here. And the last example, il parle bien, lui, okay? He talks well, and then lui. Okay, so with this structure, actually, you do exactly the same thing as we saw previously, but then you just put your pronom tonique at the end of the sentence. Okay, so here you will start with tu, pronom personnel, then you will end with toi, pronom tonique. Here you will start with je, pronom personnel, and you end with moi. Here you start with il, pronom personnel, then you finish with eux, pronom tonique, and then you start here with il, pronom personnel, and you finish with lui, pronom tonique. Okay, so let's read them. Tu fais du sport, toi. J'aime bien le chocolat, moi. Ils habitent loin, eux. Sorry. The intonation was a bit like a question here, so I will make it more clear now. Ils habitent loin, eux. Il parle bien, lui. Okay, and then you can hear that if you use this type of structure, you will have to make a little break, a little pause here between the first part and the second part. So the second part, I mean by that, this pronom tonique. Third series of examples. And here it's actually quite interesting. So that's the reason why I told you it's also possible to combine these pronoms toniques with what we call les pronoms compléments d'objet direct. Because in this example, well, you can see quite clearly that first you start et toi and you, okay? But then, if you look carefully, basically this subject is not tu, okay? So it's il. But then you've got this pronom complément d'objet direct here. And in that case, it's te, and then basically te, it's for the second person of the singular. So it's you, okay? So, il te comprend. So it does mean that you can use also les pronoms toniques to insist on these pronoms complément d'objet direct, and not to insist on the subject as we saw previously. Okay? Et toi, il te comprend. So in the same way, et elle, vous la connaissez. Alright, so in that case, when you use elle, you want to insist on la. Alright? Et elle, vous la connaissez. Et eux, tu les invites. Same thing here, you use eux just to insist on les. Okay? Et lui, qui l'admire? Okay? It's a question in that case, and then this lui will actually help you insist on this le. Okay, so basically here you start with toi and then you continue with your pronom complément d'objet direct te. In this example, you start with elle and you continue with your pronom complément d'objet direct la. In this sentence, you start with eux and then you continue with your complément d'objet direct les. And here you start with lui and then you continue with your complément d'objet, pronom complément d'objet direct le. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Et toi, il te comprend? Et elle, vous la connaissez? Et eux, tu les invites? Et lui, qui l'admire? Alright, so same thing. Remember to make a little pause, little break here between the two. Last but not least, the classical. Basically, in that case, you can see that you can start right with the pronom tonique. Okay, you don't need to put this et as we saw previously. It's also possible to just start with toi. Remember to put a comma between le pronom tonique and le pronom personnel sujet. And then you get toi, tu es très intelligent. Okay? After that, moi, je pars dans 10 minutes. Eux, ils sont australiens. Vous, vous allez avoir des problèmes. Okay? So in these cases, well, as we saw, you just want to insist here on toi and tu. Well, basically you. Okay? So you start with toi, and then after that you will put tu. Okay? Tu es très intelligent. Tu es très intelligent. You are really intelligent. Okay? Then in the second example here, you got moi. And then you continue with je. I don't know what happened here. So, moi, je pars dans 10 minutes. Okay, partir is to leave. Dans 10 minutes, in 10 minutes. Je pars dans 10 minutes. Then after that, you've got eux. And then it will be followed by ils. Eux, ils sont australiens. Okay, so they are Australians. And then the last one, vous, vous. So, vous. Vous allez avoir des problèmes. You are going to have some problems. So let's see the sentence one more time. Toi, tu es très intelligent. Moi, je pars dans 10 minutes. Eux, ils sont australiens. Vous, vous allez avoir des problèmes. Okay, so basically this is probably, I wanted to end with this structure because it's probably the most common one. Okay, so basically you just put this pronom tonique and then after that you continue your sentence, and of course the pronom tonique is connected to the subject. Okay? Et voilà. La reprise avec un pronom. Okay, so we can start the lesson right now, and actually it will be quite interesting because in this video, in this lesson, we'll see together actually how to use un pronom in a different manner as normally we use them. Just because normally when we use un pronom, it's just to avoid to repeat something, but then in this case we will use it to insist on something. And so it can be for a nom commun, and actually we'll see that le pronom will actually interact with this nom commun, or it could be as well for un nom propre, and in the same way we will see how this pronom and this nom propre will interact. Okay, but then let's start from the right beginning. Let's imagine that we've got this sentence: tu as acheté le livre. Okay, and remember that in some situations, maybe because it was stated previously, we don't want, in a way, to repeat le livre. And so we need to analyze the sentence a little bit. We've got the subject, we've got the verb, and here we've got what we call complément d'objet direct. Okay, grammatical object, and then it's coming just like that without any preposition between the verb and this object. Okay, so if we don't want to actually repeat this le livre, in that case we can use le pronom, and in this case it would be le pronom le. So we get tu l'as acheté. Alright, in the same way, if we would use Laurent, okay, un nom propre, tu vas contacter Laurent. Alright, in the same way, we could replace Laurent with the pronom complément d'objet direct, le, okay, tu vas le contacter. Alright, so we do agree that in both cases we're using this pronom complément d'objet direct. In both cases it's actually the third person of the singular, and it's the masculine form, and it is le. And so let's see now a few examples. And the first one, actually, we're using this nom commun situation here, le livre. So basically you've got the question, tu vas acheter le livre demain. Okay, are you going to buy the book tomorrow? So, of course, the first reflex that we could have would be to use the pronoun as we saw. But then if we want to insist on it, then I know it's quite strange because basically we replace the word with the pronoun, but have a look, we will keep the word in the sentence. And by doing that, we insist on it. Tu vas l'acheter. Okay, so basically you get the pronoun here. But then you repeat le livre. Okay, don't forget to put some commas before and after. And then demain. Okay? Tu vas l'acheter le livre demain? Second option that we would have, tu vas l'acheter demain, and then you end with le livre. Okay, so it's the same principle basically. The concept is that you will use the pronoun, but then you will keep the word as well. Okay, but then in that case you can say that we end the sentence with the word le livre. Okay, and the third option is to start with it. Le livre, tu vas l'acheter demain. So all these three options are possible, and actually you can see that it's quite flexible in a way, but keep in mind that you need to make a little something between your sentence, so the pronoun, and your word. So that's the reason why we will put the commas before and after here, or then just here before, okay, and then here right after. So basically it's just to make this little séparation, as we say in French. Okay, so let's see the sentences now. Tu vas acheter le livre demain? Tu vas l'acheter le livre demain? Tu vas l'acheter demain le livre? Le livre, tu vas l'acheter demain? Okay, so you can see that these sentences are actually possible to make, and well, they are quite common. We tend to use that quite much if we want to insist. So the second series of examples will actually use Laurent. So Laurent is my friend. Bonjour Laurent. Okay, so in that case it's un nom propre, and basically it's exactly the same thing. So tu as contacté Laurent hier. Okay, tu as contacté Laurent hier. So in that case, of course, you've got this, name Laurent, but then we will insist on it by, and in the same way, using this pronoun. Okay, so tu l'as contacté, then we put the comma, and after that we just repeat Laurent in the same way as we did previously, and we end with hier. Okay? Tu l'as contacté, Laurent, hier. Second option, in the same way. Tu l'as contacté hier, then the comma and Laurent. Alright, okay, so you will finish with Laurent in that case. And in the third case, as we had previously, you start with Laurent, and then you keep your pronoun here. Tu l'as contacté hier. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Tu as contacté Laurent hier. Tu l'as contacté Laurent hier. Tu l'as contacté hier, Laurent. Laurent, tu l'as contacté hier. So all these options are possible, but then of course the blue ones are the one that you will use if you want to insist on Laurent by combining the use of un pronom, a pronoun, and the original word it should come, or it should replace. Okay, I can manage that. Merci beaucoup. Le verbe valoir. Okay, so we can start right now. And well, it's interesting because in some situations you can hear sentences like ce stylo vaut €1. Okay, and quite often students ask me, what is the verb actually, because it's a strange form, vaut. Okay, and they have some difficulties to spot the infinitive, and well, basically this vaut is valoir. Okay, and the translation of valoir would be to be worth. Okay, ce stylo vaut €1. So in that case, of course, you want to give the information regarding the price of le stylo, okay? And then you can use, well, basically this verb valoir. Ce stylo vaut €1. Let's see another example, and this one is quite interesting as well. Ça en vaut la peine. Okay, so same thing here. Vaut is valoir, okay, and it's the third person, and it's exactly the same meaning, to be worth. Okay, ça en vaut la peine. But if we look carefully, then we've got la peine, okay, the effort, difficulty, trouble, and then ça, well, translation would be it. But the last thing in this sentence, and the interesting thing here, is en. Okay, remember it's a pronoun, un pronom, okay, and normally this en is used when it replaces something introduced with the preposition de. Okay, so la peine de faire quelque chose. Okay, so the effort, the trouble to do something. Okay, and this is the reason why we get this actually quite strange structure when you see it for the first time. Ça en vaut la peine. So basically, the translation would be, it is worth the effort, or it is worth the trouble. Okay, but keep in mind that en in that case would be replacing something that is introduced with the preposition de. Okay, so let's see now as usual, la conjugaison du verbe valoir. Okay, so how do we conjugate this strange but useful verb? So valoir is right here, and we'll see the present form. Je vaux, tu vaux, il vaut, elle vaut, nous valons, vous valez, ils valent, elles valent. Okay, so as usual, look, je vaux, tu vaux, then il vaut, elle vaut. It's phonetically exactly the same thing, but keep in mind you will have to put x, x, t, t. Then you will get for the plural form nous valons, vous valez, okay, so the classic endings, ons, ez, and then ils valent, same thing here, ent, elles valent, ent. So it's basically not that tricky if you're thinking about the plural form. For the singular, it's a bit more strange in a way because it does change a little bit, okay? Vaut, 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 and vaut. And now we'll see le passé composé. J'ai valu, tu as valu, il a valu, elle a valu, nous avons valu, vous avez valu, ils ont valu, elles ont valu. I don't know what is happening with my mouse. It's a wild mouse now. But then, okay, so basically no big surprises here because valoir is using avoir, okay, like most of the verbs. So you will have to put avoir here. And then le participe passé form that you will put after is not that difficult because it's valu, okay, and as usual it doesn't change. It will be the same for all the persons. So you will get j'ai valu, tu as valu, il a valu, I will change now, voilà, elle a valu, then nous avons valu, vous avez valu, ils ont valu, and then elles ont valu. Let's see now le futur simple de valoir, so the future form, and you will get je vaudrais, tu vaudras, il vaudra, elle vaudra, nous vaudrons, vous vaudrez, ils vaudront, elles vaudront. Okay, so as you can see, le radical, so actually the root, the stem will change because it will become vaudre, okay, but then after that you will have the classic endings for the futur, ai, as, a, and then ons, ez, ont, ont, okay, so you will get je vaudrais, tu vaudras, il vaudra, elle vaudra, nous vaudrons, vous vaudrez, ils vaudront, elles vaudront. Let's see now a few examples with the translations, of course. The first one is, well, the one we saw, en valoir la peine, and it's worth the effort, worth the trouble. Then, en valoir le coup. Well, basically it's a little bit the same, worth the effort or worth trying. Then, faire valoir ses droits. Assert one's rights. Okay? Faire valoir son point de vue. Assert one's point of view. Ne pas valoir un clou. Be worthless. Valoir le coup. Be worth a shot. Valoir son pesant d'or. Be worth its weight in gold. Valoir le détour. Be worth the journey. Okay, so you can see these expressions that are using the verb valoir. En valoir la peine, en valoir le coup, faire valoir ses droits, faire valoir son point de vue, ne pas valoir un clou, valoir le coup, valoir son pesant d'or, valoir le détour. Le verbe faillir. Okay, so we can start right now, and basically it's quite interesting because faillir is quite useful. It's a strange verb, you will see that in this lesson, but it is used quite much, and the meaning of faillir is almost do something or all but do something. Okay, so the important thing that you get to keep in mind is that it is mostly used at the passé composé forme. Okay, on l'utilise principalement au passé composé. Alright, but then as we want to cover fully this verb, we'll see la conjugaison, and then we'll see the present form as well, because, well, you'll see there is a good reason for that. So, faillir, alright, at the present form, and it goes like je faut, tu faut, il faut, elle faut, nous faillons, vous faillez, il faille, elle faille. Okay, and before continuing, let's admit that it is really rare to hear or to see these forms. Okay, but then they do exist, so that's the reason why I thought it was important to show these forms to you. So one more time, it goes like je faut. Okay, remember X, but then you don't pronounce it. Tu faut, il faut, elle faut. Then nous faillons, vous faillez, il faille, elle faille. Alright? Okay? And if you look carefully, then you will notice that there is something quite strange here, because here you've got a form that normally you should already know, and it's actually the verb falloir, to have to. So remember, because falloir, it's what we call impersonnel, you get only this il form, okay? But it's quite interesting because it is exactly the same form, okay? But then when normally you encounter in the text il faut, then it's, in most of the cases, it will be connected to falloir, okay? But keep that in mind. It might be connected with faillir, even if we don't use the present form that often, okay? And then let's see now faillir and the passé composé forme. J'ai failli, tu as failli, il a failli, elle a failli, nous avons failli, vous avez failli, ils ont failli, elles ont failli. Alright, so these forms are actually the most used. Alright, so one more time. J'ai failli, okay, so you can see that you use avoir, okay, like most of the verbs, and then participe passé failli. Tu as failli, il a failli, elle a failli, nous avons failli, remember a little liaison here, vous avez failli, same thing, ils ont failli, elles ont failli. So let's see now few examples. Faillir, faire quelque chose. So basically, as we saw, it's almost do something. Avoir failli, faire quelque chose. So it will be actually what you would use if you put that at the passé composé form. Alright? So it will go like j'ai failli avoir une amende. I almost had a fine. Okay? So you can see here that it's actually this passé composé form that we just encounter few seconds or minutes ago. J'ai failli avoir une amende. Okay? Then the second example, tu as failli avoir un accident. Exactly the same concept. You almost had an accident. Okay? Tu as failli avoir un accident. And the last example, elle a failli avoir des problèmes. She almost got into troubles. Okay? Elle a failli avoir des problèmes. So in these cases, basically you will use, faillir here, and you continue with avoir something. Okay? Tu as failli avoir un accident. Elle a failli avoir des problèmes. And it's quite useful. I mean, we don't use that maybe all the time, but it's not rare when we use this expression and this verb faillir. Okay? A few examples. J'ai failli tomber. I almost fell. Okay? So in that case, you just see that we use the verb faillir at the passé composé form, and then we just put in verb at the infinitive right after. J'ai failli tomber. Tu as failli partir. You almost left. Tu as failli partir. Elle a failli se tromper. She almost made a mistake. Elle a failli se tromper. So it's actually quite simple, as you see. Just put faillir at the passé composé form and put a verb at the infinitive after. J'ai failli tomber. Tu as failli partir. Elle a failli se tromper. Le subjonctif, and more precisely, we'll see together une liste des verbes les plus courants. So actually some common verbs that will require you to use the subjunctive right after them. Okay, so let's see. So les verbes courants that will be followed by le subjonctif. All right, and the first one is aimer que. And basically it means like, love that. Exemple, j'aimerais que vous fassiez des progrès en français. J'aimerais que vous fassiez des progrès en français. Préférer que. Prefer that. Il préfère que tu viennes seul. Il préfère que tu viennes seul. Vouloir que. Want that. Je voudrais que vous soyez plus gentil avec Nicolas. Je voudrais que vous soyez plus gentil avec Nicolas. Désirer que. Like, want, desire, that. Je désire que tu sois heureux. Je désire que tu sois heureux. Exiger que. Demand, require, that. Elle exige que tu t'en ailles. Elle exige que tu t'en ailles. Attendre que. Wait that. J'attends qu'il fasse moins froid pour sortir. J'attends qu'il fasse moins froid pour sortir. Tenir à ce que. Care about that. Il tient à ce que nous venions. Il tient à ce que nous venions. Proposer que. Offer, propose that. Il propose que nous allions tous ensemble au restaurant. Il propose que nous allions tous ensemble au restaurant. Permettre que. Allow, authorize, permit. Vous permettez que je termine ce travail? Vous permettez que je termine ce travail? Souhaiter que. Hope, wish, that. Je souhaite que tout aille bien. Je souhaite que tout aille bien. S'attendre à ce que. expect that. Tout le monde s'attendait à ce qu'elle gagne la course. Tout le monde s'attendait à ce qu'elle gagne la course. Accepter que. Accept that. Nous n'acceptons pas que les travailleurs soient licenciés. Nous n'acceptons pas que les travailleurs soient licenciés. Refuser que. Refuse that. Il refuse que tu viennes. Il refuse que tu viennes. Regretter que. Be sorry about, regret that. Nous regrettons qu'elle ne puisse pas venir. Nous regrettons qu'elle ne puisse pas venir. Demander que. Ask, request that. Je demande que tu ailles faire les courses. Je demande que tu ailles faire les courses. Empêcher que. Prevent, avoid that. Le froid empêche que nous sortions beaucoup. Le froid empêche que nous sortions beaucoup. Avoir peur que. Be afraid, be scared that. J'ai peur qu'il n'ait un problème. Or then actually you can say it's possible to use it without the negative form. J'ai peur qu'il ait un problème. So you decide. J'ai peur qu'il n'ait un problème. J'ai peur qu'il ait un problème. Douter que. Be uncertain about, doubt that. Elle doute que nous fassions nos devoirs. Elle doute que nous fassions nos devoirs. Le subjonctif, and more precisely, we'll see actually the second part of the list of the common verbs that will require you to use le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start right now. And so basically, les verbes courants that will be followed by le subjonctif. And here they come. Être triste que. Be sad that. Je suis triste qu'il ne puisse pas venir. Je suis triste qu'il ne puisse pas venir. Être content que. Be glad, pleased that. Elle est contente que tu puisses partir en vacances. Elle est contente que tu puisses partir en vacances. Être déçu que. Be disappointed that. Nous sommes déçus que vous ne veniez pas chez nous ce soir. Nous sommes déçus que vous ne veniez pas chez nous ce soir. Être désolé que. Be sorry that. Je suis désolé que vous ayez eu un problème. Je suis désolé que vous ayez eu un problème. Être heureux que. Be happy that. Je suis heureux que tu puisses changer de voiture. Je suis heureux que tu puisses changer de voiture. Être surpris que. Be startled, stunned, surprised that. Il est surpris qu'elle ne lui parle pas. Il est surpris qu'elle ne lui parle pas. Être étonné que. Be amazed, astonished that. Je suis étonné que vous ne sachiez pas parler anglais. Je suis étonné que vous ne sachiez pas parler anglais. Être furieux que. Be furious, raging that. Je suis furieux que la voiture tombe en panne aujourd'hui. Je suis furieux que la voiture tombe en panne aujourd'hui. Être fâché que. Be angry, upset that. Il est fâché qu'elle n'accepte pas de lui parler. Il est fâché qu'elle n'accepte pas de lui parler. Ne pas penser que. Not to think that. Je ne pense pas qu'il puisse venir. Je ne pense pas qu'il puisse venir. Ne pas croire que. Not to believe that. Je ne crois pas qu'il sache nager. Je ne crois pas qu'il sache nager. Ne pas trouver que. Not to find, consider that. Elle ne trouve pas que ses parents soient sévères. Elle ne trouve pas que ses parents soient sévères. Ne pas être sûr que. Not to be sure, certain that. Je ne suis pas sûr que tu aies raison. Je ne suis pas sûr que tu aies raison. Avoir hâte que. Look forward. J'ai hâte que nous soyons en vacances. J'ai hâte que nous soyons en vacances. Avoir envie que. Feel like. Sorry, it's feel like. Want. J'ai très envie que tu sois là pour mon anniversaire. J'ai très envie que tu sois là pour mon anniversaire. Le subjonctif, and more precisely, we'll see a list of expressions impersonnelles et subjonctif. So basically, all these structures that will be followed by le subjonctif, and it's the first part because I wanted to divide the group into two videos. So then in the next video, we'll see the second part of this list of expressions impersonnelles. Okay, so we're talking here about les expressions impersonnelles, followed by le subjonctif, okay? And keep in mind that when we talk about expression impersonnelle, we are talking about these structures that will be conjugated only at the il form, okay? So, je, tu, nous, and vous, well, they don't exist, it's only il, okay? We'll see in this list, and it will be quite clear now what we are talking about. Il faut que. One has to, it is necessary that one needs to. Okay, so let's see the example. Il faut que nous partions. Il faut que nous partions. Il est nécessaire que. It is necessary that. Il est nécessaire qu'il vous accompagne. Il est nécessaire qu'il vous accompagne. Il est obligatoire que. It is mandatory that. Il est obligatoire que j'aille à la réunion. Il est obligatoire que j'aille à la réunion. Il est important que. It is important that. Il est important que tout le monde soit présent ce soir. Il est important que tout le monde soit présent ce soir. Il est possible que. It is possible that. Il est possible qu'elle revienne l'année prochaine. Il est possible qu'elle revienne l'année prochaine. Il se peut que. It may, it might, it is possible that. Il se peut qu'il parte demain, comme il se peut qu'il ne parte pas. Il se peut qu'il parte demain, comme il se peut qu'il ne parte pas. Il suffit que. It is enough that. Il leur suffit que nous ayons notre diplôme. Il leur suffit que nous ayons notre diplôme. Il convient que. It is appropriate that. Il convient que nous allions lui rendre visite. Il convient que nous allions lui rendre visite. Il vaut mieux que. It is better that. Il vaut mieux que tu attendes encore une petite minute. Il vaut mieux que tu attendes encore une petite minute. Il est temps que. It is time that. Il est temps que tu t'en ailles. Il est temps que tu t'en ailles. Il importe que. It is important that. Il lui importe que tu réussisses. Il lui importe que tu réussisses. Il y a des chances, de fortes chances que. There are chances that. Il y a de fortes chances que nous rentrions demain. Il y a de fortes chances que nous rentrions demain. Il est regrettable que. It is unfortunate, regrettable that. Il est regrettable que tu doives partir dans 5 minutes. Il est regrettable que tu doives partir dans 5 minutes. Ce n'est pas la peine que. It is not worth that. Ce n'est pas la peine que je vous le dise. Ce n'est pas la peine que je vous le dise. Ça ne vaut pas la peine que. Now then, it's possible not to pronounce the negative parts. Ça vaut pas la peine que. Okay. Translation. It is not worth that. Ça ne vaut pas la peine que j'y revienne. Ça ne vaut pas la peine que j'y revienne. Le subjonctif, and more precisely, les expressions impersonnelles that will call le subjonctif or that will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, and basically it's the second part of this video. So I've been covering the same topic in the previous lesson, and so now we'll see the last part. Okay, so we're talking about les expressions impersonnelles that will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see now what they are. C'est dommage que. It is a shame that. C'est dommage qu'il ne puisse pas venir. C'est dommage qu'il ne puisse pas venir. C'est drôle que. It is funny that. C'est drôle que vous disiez ça. C'est drôle que vous disiez ça. C'est ennuyeux que. It is annoying that. C'est ennuyeux que tu sois obligé d'aller au bureau. C'est ennuyeux que tu sois obligé d'aller au bureau. Comment se fait-il que? How is it that? How is it possible that? Comment se fait-il qu'il ne soit pas là? Comment se fait-il qu'il ne soit pas là? C'est bizarre que. It is strange, weird, that. C'est bizarre que Vincent ne veuille pas venir. C'est bizarre que Vincent ne veuille pas venir. Ça fait plaisir que. Or then you can put me, or then you could put te. Well, you could change the person here, okay? It makes happy that, and here it could be me, you, etc. Okay? Ça fait plaisir que. Ça me fait plaisir, ça me ferait plaisir que tu viennes me voir. Ça me ferait plaisir que tu viennes me voir. Il est bon que. It is good that. Il est bon que tu apprennes à lire cette année. Il est bon que tu apprennes à lire cette année. Il est juste que. It is right, true, fair, that. Il est juste qu'il fasse la queue comme tout le monde. Il est juste qu'il fasse la queue comme tout le monde. Il est utile que. It is useful, helpful, that. Il est utile que vous traduisiez les verbes en anglais. Il est utile que vous traduisiez les verbes en anglais. Il est rare que. It is rare that. Il est rare que nous partions à la mer pour les vacances. Il est rare que nous partions à la mer pour les vacances. Il est étonnant que. It is astonishing, amazing that. Il est étonnant que ce film soit doublé en français. Il est étonnant que ce film soit doublé en français. Il est normal que. It is usual, normal, that. Il est normal que tu apprennes à nager. Il est normal que tu apprennes à nager. Il est naturel que. It is normal, natural, that. Il est naturel que nous nous levions tôt en semaine. Il est naturel que nous nous levions tôt en semaine. Il est étrange que. It is odd, strange, that. Il est étrange que la lumière reste allumée dans sa chambre. Il est étrange que la lumière reste allumée dans sa chambre. Il est inconcevable que. It is inconceivable beyond belief that. Il est inconcevable que je ne sache pas parler anglais. Il est inconcevable que je ne sache pas parler anglais. La condition est le subjonctif, and more precisely we'll see in this lesson la condition, l'hypothèse, la supposition construit avec le subjonctif. À moins que, unless, je vais sortir à moins qu'il ne fasse trop froid. So basically you can see here that it's possible to construct the sentence with or without ne. Okay? Je vais sortir à moins qu'il ne fasse trop froid. À condition que, provided that, elle ira à Paris à condition que tu voyages avec elle. Elle ira à Paris à condition que tu voyages avec elle. Pourvu que, provided that, on condition that. Nous vous comprendrons pourvu que vous parliez clairement. Nous vous comprendrons pourvu que vous parliez clairement. And I thought it might be useful to have another example with pourvu que. Okay, so it's exactly the same as we saw previously, provided that, on condition that. And it's pourvu qu'il fasse beau demain pour ton mariage. Okay, pourvu qu'il fasse beau demain pour ton mariage. Le but est le subjonctif, and more precisely, well, l'expression du but, and it will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so we can start right now, and the first one is pour que, in order that, so that. Je vais téléphoner à Laurent pour qu'il vienne. Je vais téléphoner à Laurent pour qu'il vienne. Afin que, in order that, so that. So you can see that basically they are synonyms. Parler plus doucement afin qu'elle puisse s'endormir. Parler plus doucement afin qu'elle puisse s'endormir. De peur que, fearing that. Elle a pris un parapluie de peur qu'il ne pleuve. So you can see that this ne is optional, so you can construct the sentence with or without ne. Elle a pris un parapluie de peur qu'il ne pleuve. De crainte que, fearing that. Il veut m'accompagner de crainte que je ne dise des bêtises. It's exactly the same as previously. This ne is optional, so you can construct with or without it. Il veut m'accompagner de crainte que je ne dise des bêtises. De façon que, or then, de façon à ce que. In such a way that. Parle dans le micro de façon à ce qu'on t'entende. Parle dans le micro de façon à ce qu'on t'entende. De manière que. In such a way that. Donnez-moi votre adresse
de manière que je puisse vous contacter. Donnez-moi votre adresse de manière que je puisse vous contacter. De sorte que, in order that, so that. Veuillez vous pousser de sorte que je puisse m'asseoir. Veuillez vous pousser de sorte que je puisse m'asseoir. L'expression du temps et le subjonctif, and more precisely, we'll see les expressions de temps qui sont suivies du subjonctif, that are followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start right now. Avant que, before that. Rentrons avant qu'il ne soit trop tard. And here you can see that it's an option. You can construct with or without ne. Rentrons avant qu'il ne soit trop tard. Jusqu'à ce que, until, nous resterons chez toi jusqu'à ce que tu ailles mieux. Nous resterons chez toi jusqu'à ce que tu ailles mieux. En attendant que, until, while waiting that, elle a pris un verre en attendant que nous arrivions. Elle a pris un verre en attendant que nous arrivions. L'opposition et le subjonctif. So let's start right now. L'expression de l'opposition, that will be followed by le subjonctif. So let's discover the first one. Bien que, although, even though. Bien qu'elle soit riche, elle n'a pas l'air heureux. Bien qu'elle soit riche, elle n'a pas l'air heureux. Ou que, wherever. Nous nous sentons bien où que nous allions. Nous nous sentons bien où que nous allions. Quoique, whatever. Ils seront là, quoi qu'il arrive. Ils seront là, quoi qu'il arrive. Qui que, whoever. Qui que tu sois, tu dois respecter la loi. Qui que tu sois, tu dois respecter la loi. Sans que, without, ils sont partis sans que je sache pourquoi. Ils sont partis sans que je sache pourquoi. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, we'll see together how to conjugate the verbs that are ending with dre and indre at the present form, because they can be quite tricky. Okay, so let's start. So the first group, I thought it might be interesting to take a quite common verb, attendre. And attendre means to wait, okay, so attendre. And for the second group, so the indre group, we'll see the verb craindre. Craindre is to fear, okay, so attendre and then craindre. Okay, but then let's start with attendre. So, basically, you've got your ending dre, okay, so the verb is attendre, and the thing that you've got to keep in mind is that in that case, you will take re away, okay, so you will get j'attends, and then for tu it will be tu attends, for il, elle, il attend, for nous, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. Okay, so if you look carefully, basically you can see that the infinitive form is attendre, okay? And as I told you, then you take this RE away, okay? So you will get this form ATTEND, and after that you will basically add the endings. So for je it will be S, okay? And that's the reason why you get this attend like that, so D, and then you just add this S. For tu it will be also S, okay? Same form. Then for il, elle, don't put anything, okay? So that's the reason why you get the basic form. Then for nous, the classic ending, ONS, okay? For vous, you will have EZ, okay? So that's the reason why you get this attendez form. And for il, elle, you will get ENT. Okay, so that's the way that, well, these verbs ending with dre will be conjugated. Okay, so you get j'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. All right? And, well, if you think about the verb attendre in that case, let's see the verbs that will be conjugated like attendre. Okay, so répondre, for instance, confondre, descendre, défendre, entendre, perdre, prétendre, rendre, répandre, tendre, vendre, and other verbs as well. Okay, but I cannot make the full list. Okay, so these verbs will be conjugated like attendre. Okay, but then I'm pretty sure that well, you are expecting some translations here. Okay, so that's the reason why they are coming now. So répondre, it's to answer. Okay, confondre, to get mixed up, descendre, to go down, défendre, defend, entendre, to hear, perdre, to lose, prétendre, to claim, rendre, to give back, répandre, to spread, tendre, to stretch, and then vendre, to sell. Okay, so these verbs will actually be conjugated just like attendre was conjugated a few minutes ago. Okay, so répondre, confondre, descendre, défendre, entendre, perdre, prétendre, rendre, répandre, tendre, and then vendre. Okay, but as you know, like almost all the time in French, we've got some exceptions. Okay, and of course, the verb prendre, and it's quite used because it means to take, is an exception. Okay, so even if it's ending with DRE, well, basically it won't behave like attendre that we saw previously. Okay, so let's see how it goes. So DRE, prendre, you've got to remember that the forms will go like that. Je prends, tu prends, il, elle prend, nous prenons, and here you can see the difference. Vous prenez, and the last one is quite tricky because it's ils, elles prennent. Okay, so basically you double the N here, and it will give you well, different sound here because you get to open the sound, so it's prêt, prennent. Okay, so let's see that one more time. Je prends, tu prends, il prend, elle prend. So if we look carefully, actually we get, I mean, these forms are pronounced the same, okay? Then we've got nous prenons, okay? Keep in mind that you should pronounce it prenons. Vous prenez, and then the last one, the tricky one, ils prennent, okay? Ils prennent, all right? So basically, remember that prenons, prenez, and then prennent will be different as, well, the forms that we had for attendre, for instance. Okay, and well, when we speak about prendre, actually we've got the verbs apprendre, comprendre, entreprendre, reprendre, surprendre, and a few others. And these verbs will actually be conjugated as prendre. Alright, so let's see what they means. Apprendre means to learn. Comprendre, understand. Entreprendre, begin doing something. Reprendre, to take again or to take back. And then surprendre, surprise. Okay, so keep in mind that these verbs will actually be conjugated like prendre. Alright, and so now let's see the second main category that we had, and it's indre, and the verb, the example that we will take is craindre, and craindre means to fear. Je crains, tu crains, il craint, elle craint, nous craignons, vous craignez, ils craignent, elles craignent. Okay, so you can see that for nous, vous, and then il, elle at the plural form, it is quite tricky because you've got this gn coming right here, and then the sound is craignons. Okay, you get the ñ sound. Okay, craignons, craignez, craignent. Okay, but then if you remember to put it here, so the good news they say is that it will come for nous, it will come for vous, and then it will come for il, elle at the plural form. So je crains, tu crains, il craint, elle craint, nous craignons, vous craignez, ils craignent, elles craignent. Alright, so keep in mind that ending will be S, S, and then T. Okay, but then phonetically, as you know, you pronounce them the same. Craint, craint, craint. Okay? Then ONS, craignons, craignez, EZ, and then craignent, ENT. And of course, we'll see few verbs that will be conjugated like craindre, and they are atteindre, contraindre, éteindre, joindre, peindre, plaindre, teindre, and few others. Okay, so atteindre, contraindre, éteindre, joindre, peindre, plaindre, teindre. And so let's see what they mean. Atteindre, it's to reach. Contraindre, force, constrain. Éteindre, turn off. Joindre, join, combine. Peindre, paint. Plaindre, pity, complain. And then teindre, dye. Okay? And so keep in mind that these verbs will be actually conjugated the same way as craindre is conjugated. Alright? Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, we'll see together how to conjugate at the present form the verbs that will end with TRE, tre. Okay, so we can start right now. And I thought it might be more logical or easier to divide them in two groups. Okay, the first one would be verbs ending with TRE, so it's not a big surprise. But the second one, and I thought that maybe we should put them in a special group, so the verbs ending with être and votre. Okay, so AI, accent circonflexe, TRE, être, votre, OI, accent circonflexe, TRE. Okay, so because basically they will behave a bit differently. So let's start now with the first one, so the verbs ending with TRE. And for this group, I thought it might be interesting to use a quite useful verb, mettre. Mettre is to put. Okay, and so the concept is that you will have for the singular form one stem or one root, okay, and it will be M-E-T. And for the plural, you will have actually another stem, another root, and it will be M-E-T-T. And this is the tricky thing if we're talking about these verbs. Okay, so let's see how it will go. So, je mets, So you can see that now, as we saw, you put back this MET, so the root MET, and then you add here the ending S. Tu mets, il met, elle met. Okay? So then now, if we think about that, we should, for the plural form, put back this METT, and after that we will put the ending. And this is the reason why we'll get nous mettons. So you can see that we put back METT, and then the ending ONS. Nous mettons. Then, vous mettez, so in the same way, we keep this first part, so the root or the stem, plus the ending. And then finally, il met, elle met, exactly the same thing. And this is basically the difficult thing when we're talking about this group of verbs, okay? Just to remember that for the singular form you will have to use this stem here, and then for the plural you will have to use another stem. Then the endings will be S for je, so you will get je mets, S for tu, tu mets, nothing for il, elle, so that's the reason why we have this MET. Keep in mind that phonetically you pronounce them the same here. Mais, okay? Then for nous, you will put the ending ONS, but then keep in mind that the stem is different, METT. For vous, EZ, same thing, same stem here, and then ENT for il and elle. Okay, so now let's see few verbs that will be conjugated like mettre, and we're talking about admettre, commettre, compromettre, permettre, soumettre, transmettre, battre, abattre, combattre, débattre, and few others. Admettre, and it means admit, confess. Commettre, commit. Compromettre, compromise. Sorry, this is my French pronunciation here. Compromise would be more appropriate. Then permettre, allow, permit. Soumettre, submit, subdue. Transmettre, pass, transmit. Battre, beat, defeat. Abattre, knock down. Combattre, combat, fight. And then débattre, discuss, debate. Okay, so keep in mind that these verbs here will be actually conjugated the same way as mettre. So as we saw, we've got a second group here in this video, and it's actually concerning the verbs ending with être and voitre. And for this group, I thought it might be interesting to have this verb connaître. Connaître is to know, okay, and we use that quite often, okay. And basically, we will have the same kind of situation, meaning for the singular form, we'll have one stem, one root, and it will be connaît, like that. And for the plural form, we will have a different stem or root, so connaissent. Okay, so connaît and then connaissent. And that's the reason why we'll get the following forms. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, elle connaît. And keep in mind that it's a strange thing. I know, but you should put here this accent circonflexe. You don't pronounce it, I know that. But then if you want to write correctly, you should put it here, okay? It doesn't come for je, it doesn't come for tu, but then it will come here for il and elle. It's strange, I know, but still that's the way it should be done. For the plural form, keep in mind that we've got our stem here, our root connaissent, okay, so we should put it back here and then add the ending ONS. nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent, elles connaissent. Alright? So, one more time, you just put for the singular this stem here, and then for je you will add S, for tu you will add S, for il you will add T. And that's the reason why you will get je connais, tu connais, il connaît, elle connaît. And then keep in mind this little circumflex thing here. But then for the plural form, we've got a different stem, connaissent, and then the endings will be the same, ONS as usual, EZ and ENT. So you will get the forms nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent, elles connaissent. Alright? So it's actually a bit difficult probably at the beginning, but once you have the idea that actually you get two different stems for the singular and for the plural, then it's actually quite easy. Regarding the circumflex thing, well, it's up to you if you want to write it or not, but you should put it, of course. Let's see now together the verbs that will actually be conjugated like connaître. And they are accroître, croître, paraître, apparaître, disparaître, naître, renaître, reconnaître, comparaître, and few others. So regarding the translation now, accroître, and it's to increase. Croître, grow. Paraître, appear, seem. Apparaître, come into being. Disparaître, disappear. Naître, be born. Renaître, rise, be reborn. Reconnaître, recognize. Comparaître, appear before. Okay, and these verbs will actually be conjugated like connaître. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and we'll see together more precisely how to conjugate the verbs that will end with uire, uire. Okay, so let's start now. Uire, and the verbs I think that could represent this category is conduire. Conduire means to drive or conduct. Okay, and so let's see how you will conjugate this verb. Je conduis, tu conduis, il conduit, elle conduit. So far it's not that difficult, okay, because I assume that most of you would have put this final S here, S and then T, okay, because it's in most of the cases the way we will conjugate the verbs of the third group. Not all the verbs, but most of them, okay, so that's the reason why you will get this form, je conduis, okay, so it's quite simple, tu conduis, and then il, elle conduit, okay, keep in mind that you pronounce them the same way, okay, so let's see how it will go for nous. And it's actually not that difficult, but then of course most of you maybe would like to see R here, okay, but then no, it's not the case because it will become S. Nous conduisons, okay, and the good news is that it will stay for vous, vous conduisez, and then also for il, elle, ils conduisent, elles conduisent. Okay, so one more time. Je conduis, tu conduis, il conduit, elle conduit, nous conduisons, vous conduisez, ils conduisent, elles conduisent. Okay? So basically, these verbs are not really tricky. They're not really difficult. The only thing that you get to remember is that this is S here, conduisons. Okay? Because, well, I won't get into that, but if you would put this R here, it would be the future form, okay? But then here, keep in mind that you've got to put S here. Conduisons, and then conduisez, and here, conduise. So we'll see now the other verbs that will actually be conjugated like conduire. Construire, cuire, déduire, détruire, instruire, introduire, nuire, produire, reproduire, réduire, séduire, traduire, and few others. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Construire, cuire, déduire, détruire, instruire, introduire, nuire, produire, reproduire, réduire, séduire, traduire. And of course, you are expecting the translation. I know that. And this is the reason why you will get them. So, construire means construct, build. Cuire, cook. Déduire, deduct, deduce. Détruire, destroy. Instruire, educate, instruct. Introduire, introduce, insert. Nuire, harm, damage. Produire, produce, make. Reproduire, reproduce, copy. Réduire, reduce, decrease. Séduire, charm. Traduire, translate. Okay, so keep in mind that these verbs here will actually be conjugated like we saw a few minutes ago. Voilà. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, how to conjugate les verbes, the verbs that are ending with URE. Okay, so UR. And well, actually, even if it's, let's call it a micro group, I think it's quite important to just take the time to see how to conjugate these verbs, okay? And so the example I wanted to use or to take is conclure, and basically it means to end, close, or conclude, okay? So let's see how we will conjugate conclure. Je conclus, tu conclus, il conclut, elle conclut, nous concluons, vous concluez, il conclut, elle conclut. So as usual, let's say that the singular is not that difficult because probably you would put that without knowing that it goes like that. S-S-T. Okay, so you get conclu, conclu, conclu. Okay, the same phonetical form here. The tricky thing in a way is for nous, vous, il, elle of the plural, because basically you don't put anything between this U and the ending. So you get this concluons. Okay, so don't put any S or anything here. So it's not conclusion or conclurons or something like that. For the present form, it's concluons. Okay, concluez, and then here conclu. Okay, keep in mind that even if you put this final ENT, so the ending, you don't pronounce it. So phonetically, you get conclu. Conclu. Okay, so je conclus, tu conclus, il conclut. Elle conclut, nous concluons, vous concluez, il conclut, elle conclut. And so when I say it's a micro group, it's just because you will see that we've got actually two verbs that will be conjugated like conclure. But you know, honestly, it's quite important to introduce them anyway because they are not that tricky to conjugate. And it's inclure and exclure. Okay, so inclure, exclure, and I'm pretty sure that you understand how or what they mean without the translations, but of course I will offer you the translation, and it's inclure means to include or incorporate, and then exclure, exclude or get rid of. Okay. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, we'll see together how to conjugate at the present form the verbs ending with VRE, okay, vre. So let's see that together. And so the example I wanted to take is quite useful because it's vivre, and vivre means to live. And so the tricky thing that you've got to keep in mind with this group of verbs is that it will have actually two stems or two roots. So we'll see practically what it does mean, okay? But then keep in mind that for the singular form, so je, tu, and then il, elle, actually the stem or the root will be vi, okay? So basically you take away this vre ending. Okay, and then for the plural form, so it will be nous, vous, and then il, elle. The stem or the root will be v, i, v. Okay, so and that's the difficult thing because for the singular the stem will be vi, for the plural it will be vi, v. Okay, so let's see now how it will go when we conjugate this verb. So you will get je vis, tu vis, il vit, elle vit. Okay, so we do agree that you take this root or this stem here, you put it right here, and after that you will put the ending. For je it will be s, for tu it will be s the same, and for il, elle it will be t. And so if we keep the logic as we saw now for the plural form, we will take v, iv, and then after that we will add the ending, and the classic ending for nous is ons. Nous vivons. Vous vivez. Ils vivent. Elles vivent. Okay, so if you have this thing quite clearly in mind that we've got two stems, so the first one for the singular is vi plus the endings, and then for the plural it will be viv plus the ending, then you will master this verb and the other verbs that will actually be conjugated like it. Okay, so let's see now the endings. Remember, for je it's s, for tu s, and for il t. So this is the reason why we get je vis, tu vis, il vit, elle vit. Okay, and then for nous the ending is ons, so you get nous vivons, then ez, vous vivez, and after that ent, ils vivent, elles vivent. All right, so let's see now what verbs are actually conjugated like vivre. And we've got suivre, poursuivre, revivre, survivre, and a few others, but then these are the main ones. So suivre, poursuivre, revivre, survivre. Okay, so let's see what they mean. Suivre, it's to follow. Poursuivre, pursue, chase. Revivre, relive, live through again. Survivre, survive. Okay, and these verbs will actually be conjugated like vivre that we saw a few minutes ago. L'euphonie. Okay, so we can start right now. So the question is, of course, what is l'euphonie? And it's a good question because it will be quite important when we talk about using the French language. So basically, l'euphonie is the idea that we will produce des sons agréables à entendre. So sounds that will be nice to hear, okay? Or then des sons plus faciles à prononcer, sounds easier to pronounce. And this is an important thing when we talk about French language. It does mean that we will, in some cases, don't respect the grammatical rules just to modify the language to make it whether easier to pronounce or then nicer. Okay, so we'll see in this video the contractions, the liaisons, the inversion, then the special adjectives, the imperative form, and then this long form. Okay, because in all these cases, actually, l'euphonie will have actually something to say and something to modify. Okay, so we can start now with les contractions. And we've been seeing that quite many times before. When we've got this je ai form, for instance, we get what we call un hiatus. Okay, so it's a quite difficult word, but that it does mean that you've got two vowels here, or two sounds of the vowels that will belong to different syllables, okay, and so they don't get along, and that's the main reason why we will have to modify it. We will have to take away this here, and we will get this j'ai. In the same situation, when you get le arbre, you get this hiatus, and then you will have to take away your here just to get this l'arbre form. Same thing here, la ami. You take away your A, and then you will get l'ami. And finally, here, je utilise, same situation, sorry. You will have to take away your E, just to get this j'utilise form. Okay, so j'ai, l'arbre, l'ami, j'utilise. Okay, so just for this reason, you will have to, so the hiatus reason, you will have to take this a, and then away. All right. So second situation now, and we're talking about les liaisons. Okay. So les liaisons, it's quite important because we tend to make them quite often. I've been making some videos. If you want to watch them, I explain a lot of things regarding the liaison. Okay. But then in this case, we will actually only focus on this euphonie aspect. So we get this nous avons. Okay, so nous avons, and then basically in that case, for, well, aesthetical and then practical reasons, we will make this little link between the two, and we will get nous avons. Okay, so nous avons will become nous avons. Then vous avez eu will become vous avez eu. Okay, so you can see that here you get the first liaison and then the second one here, and in the same way, ils ont eu will become ils ont eu. Nous avons, vous avez eu, ils ont eu. So let's see now what we call l'inversion, and then you can see here the letter T. Okay, so l'inversion. So normally, remember, when you construct a sentence, you've got first the verb, first the subject, then the verb. Okay, so il a. And then if you want to ask a question, normally we should change the order and put first the verb, then the subject. Okay, but then il looks a bit strange, it sounds a bit strange, and that's the reason why we will have to modify it, and we will add this T here. Okay, so you will get this form a-t-il. Alright, so il a should become a-il, but then it doesn't sound nice, so it's a-t-il. Alright, in the same way, elle parle, so subject, verb, we should put that like that, verb, subject, parle, elle. For the same reason, we will put this T between the two. Parle-t-elle? Il aime. Aime-il will become aime-t-il. Alright, so it's actually quite simple. If you look carefully, you've got here a vowel, vowel, vowel. Then in these cases, you will have to add this T between the two. Alright, so a-t-il, parle-t-elle, aime-t-il? And of course, it doesn't change if after parle, well, you've got je, or you get tu, or you get other persons, because basically they don't start with a vowel, so the problem won't occur. Okay, so let's see now what we call les adjectifs spéciaux, pardon, special adjectives. And we're talking about only 3 adjectives. And the first one is beau, beautiful, nice. Un beau homme. So it's actually quite interesting because in this case, beau homme, well, you can see that phonetically it's quite challenging to produce. So that's the reason why we will actually, instead of using this beau, use the second version that we have. So it will be belle. So it does mean that this adjective has 2 masculine forms. So you get beau and then you will have belle. Okay, so this belle we'll use for all the words that will come after, starting with the sound of the vowel. And you will get un bel homme. Un bel homme. Okay, so remember I say the sound of the vowel because of course if you look carefully you've got H here. Okay, and it's not a vowel at all, but then in French we don't pronounce it. So the first thing that you hear, it's so it's O, it's the vowel here. And that's the main reason why we will have to use this belle form. Okay, so remember, beau masculin and then belle as well, written like that, masculin. The second adjective that will be modified is nouveau. Okay, un nouveau ordinateur. So you will have to modify nouveau and you will get the second masculine form of nouveau, and it's nouvelle, so that you will use for all the words that start with the sound of a vowel. Un nouvel ordinateur. And the last one is vieux, old. Un vieux arbre. Okay, of course you've got this X at the end, but you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's vieux arbre, and then vieux actually will have a second masculine form, and it's vieille. Okay, you get un vieil arbre. Alright, so un bel homme, un nouvel ordinateur, un vieil arbre. Let's see now the imperative form, so l'impératif. And it's actually quite interesting because l'impératif, if you combine it with le pronom y, so pronounced it, and then le pronom en, we'll see how it works, because for instance you take the verb aller. Aller is really tricky, so take the time and concentrate now. So let's see, aller. Aller normally at the imperative should be va, just like that. So we're talking here about the tu person. Okay, and then if you want to combine it with the pronoun I or y here, then it will become vas-y. And when I spoke about the fact that this euphony can actually modify the grammar, you've got a good situation here, because basically even if the form is normally va like that, you will have to modify it and put this S here just to get the sound vas-y instead of vai. Okay, vas-y. Alright, so va is tricky because we've got the second example, and so as we saw previously, it's va, okay, and then if you combine it with the pronoun en, then it will become va-t'en. So you will keep the normal form, but then you will add this T between the verb, and the pronoun. Va-t'en. Okay? In other situations like penser, for instance, if you look carefully, pense, okay? And then you want to put the E, alright? So in that case, you will change the grammar as well, and you will keep the S that we normally have at the present form, okay? Pense-y, pense-y, alright? So you don't keep the normal imperative form for tu, but then you will put this S. Pense-y. Another example, chanter, okay? Chante, and then you put en after. Chantes-en, okay? It could be chantes-en une, chantes-en. Alright, so keep in mind that you will have to keep this S, z, chantes-en, okay, to have this link between the two. And the last, but not the least, and it's long, okay? So let's see, oops, my L is already there. Si plus on, so as we saw, it will create what we call a hiatus, okay? And that's the main reason why, and it was here from the start. You will have to add this L just to get si long. Alright, so if you say si well, basically we think that it doesn't sound that nice. You can hear it, honestly you can hear it, but still if you want to well, use the language in a correct way, you should definitely add this L between the two just to get this form si long, okay? Si on veut will become si l'on veut. Si on peut will become si l'on peut. Si on doit will become si l'on doit. Okay? Si l'on veut, si l'on peut, si l'on doit. L'impératif, and we'll see more precisely in this lesson, les verbes qui ignorent l'impératif, okay? So the verbs that actually won't be conjugated at the imperative form, okay? So we can start right now. So remember that when we talk about l'impératif, actually we're talking about only 3 persons. So we will have tu, okay? We'll have nous, and then we will have vous. Okay, so we only conjugate l'imperative for these 3 persons. Okay, and then the other thing, so just wanted to actually take a regular verb, parler, and we'll see how it works. So basically you will get the first form, parle, for tu. So 2 things that you should keep in mind. The first one is that if you look carefully, tu, so le pronom personnel is not here, okay, so that's one thing that is quite important when we talk about l'impératif. And the other thing, it's almost like the present form, but then for all the regular verbs ending with er, so the first group, you will have to take away the final s that normally you have, okay. So normally you have at the present tu parles with s here, you take it away, okay, and you get parle. For nous, it's actually quite simple because it's exactly the same form as the present form. Parlons, okay? And for vous, it will be the same person, or sorry, the same form as the present tense. Parler. Parle, parlons, parler. Alright, so I won't cover much more l'impératif because I've been doing a video that talks about l'impératif. So if you want to see more, then I would definitely advise you to watch it, okay? Because the topic of this video, if you remember, was to see the verbs that actually refuse somehow to be conjugated at the imperative form. Okay, so let's see now what verbs we are talking about. And the first one is pouvoir. Second one, devoir. Third one, faillir. falloir, and then pleuvoir. Okay, so pouvoir, devoir, faillir, falloir, and then pleuvoir. Actually, you won't be able to conjugate them at the imperative form. Okay, so let's see together what they mean. Pouvoir, it's can. Devoir, have to, must. Faillir, almost do something. Falloir, have to, must. And then pleuvoir, rain. So remember that the main difference between devoir and falloir, because if you look carefully they mean the same thing, is that devoir can be conjugated at all the persons, but then falloir is what we call un verbe impersonnel, and it's only conjugated at the il singular form. Okay, so that's it. Keep in mind that pouvoir, devoir, faillir, falloir, and pleuvoir, actually they don't exist at all at the imperative tense. Le présent de l'indicatif, and more precisely, les expressions souvent utilisées au présent. So the expressions that are often used at the present tense. Okay, so we can start right now. Chaque jour, each day, chaque jour. Chaque semaine, each week, chaque semaine. Chaque mois, each month, chaque mois. Chaque année, each year, chaque année. En ce moment, at the present time. En ce moment. En général. Generally. En général. D'habitude. Usually. D'habitude. Chaque fois que. Every time that. Chaque fois que. Le lundi. On Mondays. Le lundi. Le mardi. On Tuesdays. Le mardi. Le mercredi. On Wednesdays. Le mercredi. Le jeudi. On Thursdays. Oops, just forgot the capital letter here, sorry. Le jeudi. Le vendredi. On Fridays. Le vendredi. Le samedi. On Saturdays. Le samedi. Le dimanche. On Sundays. Le dimanche. L'interrogation négative. So actually, when we have a normal and classic sentence in French, we will first start with the subject, then we will have the verb, le verbe, donc sujet, verbe, and then after that, we just put the rest of the sentence, le reste de la phrase. Okay, I won't get into details here just because we only focus on l'interrogation and how to ask a question. And so the proper way, the official and normal way of asking a question is to change the order of the sentence, and you will first put your verb here, then you will have the subject, okay, and the rest of the sentence will follow. Don't forget to put this point d'interrogation because it's a question. Okay, so remember, normally you should first with the verb, then the subject, and after that the rest of the sentence, et le point d'interrogation at the end. But of course, the title implies that we are covering l'interrogation négative. So when you've got a sentence at the negative form, then you have the subject, le sujet, then you get ne, remember, your verb, and then pas here, and the rest of the sentence. Okay? Donc sujet, ne, verbe, pas, reste de la phrase. And now this is when it becomes a bit tricky, because the question is, how can we use all these elements to make a question, because of course the order will be different. So the thing that you get to keep in mind is that the first part we will have to move will be ne. And so you will start your question with ne. Then will come the verb, le verbe. After that will come the subject, le sujet. Then pas, and of course the rest of the sentence et le point d'interrogation. So keep in mind that you first start with ne, okay, it can be quite tricky, but then keep in mind that you should start with ne. Then you put your verb, and then the thing that you get to keep in mind is that you won't put pas right after your verb. It could be a reflex, and many students tend to make this mistake, but then you will first put the subject, then you will put your pas here. Okay, remember, so ne, then verbe, sujet, pas, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see one example. So basically, if we've got a normal sentence like il vient ce soir, so if you want to change it to a question, then it will become vient-il. Okay, so you change the order. Vient-il ce soir? If we have the negative form, il ne vient pas ce soir, so what will it become? I leave you 5 seconds to think and to try to remember what I've been telling you a few seconds ago. Okay, so now have a look. So remember, you first start with ne, then you put your verb. Remember, right after the verb comes the subject, and finally you will have your pas here. Okay, then the rest, ce soir. Ne vient-il pas ce soir? So il vient ce soir is becoming vient-il ce soir? Il ne vient pas ce soir? Ne vient-il pas ce soir? And that's it. Tiens et tiens. Okay, so I assume that now you think that Vincent is too tired, and maybe, you know, he should rest a little bit because he's got a strange title for this video, but no. I'm not tired at all, and it's true that I wanted to make this little video because I've been having some students who actually have been asking me this question regarding tiens et tiens, okay? So basically when you get this form tiens, it's quite interesting because it can be connected to two things. And the first one is a verb, and it's tenir, okay? And tenir, it's to hold, okay? And basically when you see this form like that, tiens, without anything before, I mean by that un pronom personnel, it normally means that it's an imperative, okay? And in that case, it's for the person tu, okay? So this tiens form here is to hold at the imperative form, and it's for tu, you, okay? But it's also what we call une interjection. It's actually, well, these words that you will use to express feelings. So in that case, it can be for a surprise, or it can be to attract the attention. We use tiens as well, and then basically it could be translated with hey, look, well. So other possibilities, of course, okay, but it's une interjection. And it's quite interesting because this word actually can have these two connections, all right? So let's see now. Oops, the arrow is still there, so maybe I am tired. Okay, so we've got this tiens here, okay, and in the first example we will have, so it will be connected with tenir. Tiens mon sac, okay, so hold my bag. Tiens mon sac, all right, or then it could be tiens ma clé. All right, so in that case you can see that you don't have tu because it's the imperative, and remember we don't put le pronom personnel, we just put the form, okay, tiens ma clé, hold my key. Tiens mon sac, hold my bag. And then the arrow is already there. Tiens, tu es là? Okay, so basically you want to express a surprise in that case because maybe you were not expecting that person here. So you say tiens, okay, tu es là, you're here. Or then it could be tiens, il pleut. Okay, so basically it's raining, il pleut, it is raining, and you're surprised, so tiens, il pleut. Okay, so keep in mind that tiens can be connected to two things. Okay, so the verb tenir, to hold, okay, and it's normally here and here. It's only l'impératif and for tu, or then it can be une interjection just to express a surprise, or if you want to attract the attention on of someone on something. Okay. L'imparfait. And more precisely, we'll see les expressions souvent associées à l'imparfait. Okay, so expressions that will actually be often associated or that will use l'imparfait. Okay, so we can start right now. The first one is autrefois. In the past, in the old days. Autrefois. Parfois. Sometimes. Parfois. En ce temps-là. At that time. En ce temps-là. Souvent. Often. Souvent. De temps en temps. From time to time. De temps en temps. Toujours. Always. Toujours. Jamais. Never. Jamais. Chaque fois. Every time. Chaque fois. Quand. When. Quand. Lorsque. When. Lorsque. Pendant que. While. Pendant que. Tandis que. Whereas. Tandis que. Les adverbes, okay, so I hope you're ready because it will be an interesting and challenging lesson. Okay, so let's start now. So basically when we speak about les adverbes, what is an adverb? And it's a good question. And basically it's something that will bring more information, okay, so ça apporte une information supplémentaire. And basically the concept is that you will connect it to whether un verbe, un nom, un adverbe, un adjectif ou une phrase entière. Okay, so it can be connected to a verb, a noun, another adverb, or then an adjective, or even a complete sentence, une phrase entière. There is one important thing that you've got to keep in mind when it comes to adverbs, and it's that they are invariables. So what does it mean? It does mean that it won't change whether it's plural, whether it's feminine. So you don't really need to bother about that. Just remember how you should write them, and then you will have only one way to write them. Okay? So now let's see an example with a verb. Il parle calmement. Okay, so in that sentence, parler is to talk, he talks calmly. So basically this calmement here is what we call an adverbe de manière, okay, and then it is right here connected to your verb. Another example, so in that case it would be with a noun. C'est un homme bien. and here, bien, well, basically, it's an adverb. C'est un homme bien. Okay, let's see another example now with an adverb. Elle marche très lentement. Okay, so you've got your structure here, you've got the subject, you've got the verb, and then you've got already this adverb. Lentement, slowly. Okay, marcher is to walk. Elle marche lentement, and then you will add this other adverb, very, très. Okay, so in that case, it will actually give more information to lentement. Okay, elle marche très lentement. Let's see now. When you connect it to an adjective, ce tableau est très beau. Okay, so first you could have the sentence ce tableau, this painting, is beautiful. And then you want to insist, you want to give more importance, more information. In that case, you will add this très, very, très beau. Okay, ce tableau est très beau. And then if you want to actually connect it to a sentence, well, this is a good example. Premièrement, je dois vous dire, okay, so firstly, it sounds strange, I have to tell you, and the sentence continues, okay? So the question that we can ask ourselves is, where shall we put l'adverbe? So, la place de l'adverbe. And well, it will be a bit tricky, but if you take the time to listen carefully, have a look, and then maybe take some notes if you need to, then it should be okay. All right, so let's see now with le verbe. So, we saw this example, and well, this example is a simple one, but then I think it's quite clear. We've got je mange bien. D'accord? Je mange bien. And so it's what we call un temps simple. Okay, you've got the present form here, and it means that it's not a compound tense like passé composé or other tenses. It's just you've got only one form here. And it means that if you want to use an adverb, you will have to put it, like you see here, after the verb. Okay, so that's the main rule. It comes after the verb if it is un temps simple. No compound tenses, okay? And then, of course, I've been talking about the compound tenses, so they are coming. So now you get the same sentence, okay, but it's at the passé composé form, okay? And you can see that, well, normally when we get the passé composé form, it's a compound tense, so you get first avoir, then you get the participe passé. And if you look carefully, then you can see that your adverb is coming here right in the middle of avoir and your participe passé, manger. And it's quite important because it's something that you get to remember. Normally they don't come after, okay, but they will come right here between the two, okay? So it will work for les temps composés, the compound tenses. Then it's actually quite interesting because if you look at this sentence, hier, j'ai bien mangé, or then, j'ai bien mangé hier, you will notice that when we use this adverb, de temps, okay, so related to the time, like here, hier, yesterday, okay, in that case, well, you will have the choice. I mean, it's up to you. You can start with it if you want, or then you can put it after your verb and end with it. Okay, so whether it will come here or then it will come here, it doesn't change. I mean, the meaning will be the same. It's up to you. You can start with it or then put it right here. So it's not only for les adverbes de temps, but it will be the same with ici, j'ai bien mangé, or then j'ai bien mangé ici, okay, and in that case it's what we call an adverbe de lieu, okay, so it refers to a place, Okay, so whether it's the time or then the place, it will be exactly the same. You can start with it, or then you can put it right after here, your verb. Okay, so this is clear. So if it's temps simple, it comes after the verb. Temps composé, so compound tenses like passé composé and many others, it will come between avoir or être and your participe passé. If it's related to the time or a place, then you decide whether you start with it or then you put it after your verb. Okay? Whoops, I've been going too fast. Alors, and then be careful. Attention, attention. If we are talking about what we call les adverbes de manière, so all these adverbs, and we've got quite many ending with ment, okay? Calmement, simplement, rapidement, etc. Then you've got to keep in mind that in some cases, but not all the time, but in some cases, by changing the place of the adverb, you can change the meaning of the sentence. En changeant la place de l'adverbe, vous pouvez changer le sens. Okay, so let's see an example. The first one, il parle bizarrement, okay, parler is to talk, to speak, bizarrement, strangely, in a strange way, in a strange manner. So in that case, il parle bizarrement. So basically this adverb is related to parler, okay, so you just want to say that this person is actually speaking in a strange manner. But then if you decide to start with it, then in that case, the meaning will change, because you will start with bizarrement, then you put your virgule here, il parle, and then the sentence will change because it will be strangely he's talking. So in that case, you just want to say that it's a surprise. I mean, the fact that he's talking is a surprise, okay? So you can see that in the first one, your adverb is connected to the verb, okay, so he's talking in a strange manner. But then in the second one, by changing the order, you start with your adverb. In that case, it will change totally. So it's something strange happening. Strangely, he's talking, okay? So keep that in mind, but it does only apply to this category of adverbs, what we call les adverbes de manière, so the one ending with ment, okay? Struggling with the machine. Okay, so now let's see how it goes when we use the adverb with a noun, avec un nom, okay? And it's actually quite simple because basically it will just respect the rule. It will come after your noun. C'est une fille bien. Okay? C'est une fille bien. Let's see now with another adverb. Normally you've got a good idea because we've been seeing the example, and the example that we've got is quite simple here as well. But then la voiture roule très lentement. Okay, and the idea in that case is that your adverb will come before the adverb that you want to give more information about, or it's right here. La voiture roule très lentement. Okay, so it doesn't come after, but it comes before. Okay, so let's see now if you want to combine it with an adjective, and it's right here. C'est un garçon très poli, so it will be exactly as we had previously with les adverbes. It will come before your adjective. Okay, c'est un garçon très poli. All right, and then the last one, if you want to combine it with une phrase entière, well, this example is quite good. Objectivement, je pense que, okay, I think that. So in that case, you start with it, or then, well, we could basically just respect the way it should be put when you combine it with a verb, so it could come after the verb. Je pense objectivement que. All right. Or then in a less official way, less formal way, you could basically have your sentence, then une virgule right here, and insist by using your adverb at the end. Okay, so whether you start with it, or then if you need, or if it's possible to basically connect it to the verb it is connected to in the sentence, then it should come after the verb. Or then, if you want to insist, you just do your sentence, then virgule, and after that, last but not least, your adverb, just to insist on it. Okay, the last one, as I said, is less formal. Okay. Les 16 voyelles du français. So I've been doing previously some videos covering the vowels in French, but then I thought it might be interesting to, well, see them a bit more precisely, because basically if we think about phonetics and French phonetics, we tend to think that we've got 16 vowels in French. Okay, so we will cover them, and for each sound I will give you 3 words. Okay, so we can actually work on that quite precisely. Okay, and the first vowel is I. So like in merci. Okay, merci. Then ri. Okay, same vowel, I, ri. And then il. Okay, so this one is actually quite simple to make. It's I. Okay, let's see the second, and it's et. Okay, and in that case you get to et. Été. Parler. It's et. And then you get demander. Okay, demander. So one more time. Été, parler, demander. The next one. Belle. So you can see that here it's quite open. Belle. Belle. Same sound here. Et, forêt. Forêt. And here as well. Et, aime. Okay, so you've got belle, forêt, aime. Alright, so let's see. Numéro 4. And it's a, papa, okay, papa, ma, lac, lac. Okay, so one more time. Papa, ma, lac. Numéro 5. Bas. So this one is a bit lower, actually. So it goes deeper. It's bas. Âme. Same thing here when you get this circumflex. Âme. Lâche. Okay, so this A is actually lower or deeper than the previous we had. Okay, bas, âme, lâche. Porte. So you get this O, and it's actually quite open in that case. It's O, porte. Okay. But, same thing. You get this O, but it's quite open. So but. Paul, same thing. Okay. So porte, but, Paul. And of course, the deeper one, beau. Okay, so this one is really, really low or deep. Beau. Do. Same thing here. I tend to make them longer, of course. Do. And then sauter. Okay, so beau, do, sauter. So you can hear the difference between what we had previously and now. Okay, these ones are actually, they go deeper. And now we've got this OO sound, fou. This one is usually not that tricky to make. Dou, lou. Okay, so one more time. Fou, dou, lou. Okay, fou, dou, lou. Let's see, numéro 9. And it's U, okay? Tu. This one can be tricky for some students who have, who are English-speaking persons, or then in some cases some students from Spanish-speaking countries. So try to insist on that U. Okay, it's really, really U, really narrow. U. Okay, same thing here. Well, it's the verb. Normally it shouldn't be pronounced like that, but keep in mind that when you use it, U. It's the verb to have. Plus. Okay. Tu, eu, plus. In that case, just to avoid any misunderstanding, remember it's the participe passé of avoir, okay, that you use when you use these compound tenses, like passé composé, for instance. Il a eu. Okay, you write it like that, but you pronounce it u. Okay. So tu, here the participe passé, u, and then plus. Peu, bleu, feu. Okay, so this sound is okay, peu, bleu, feu, and then we will have a little bit the same, but it's a bit lighter, more open, and it's peur. Okay, previously it was bleu, so really, really deep, bleu. This one is more open and it's peur. Okay, peur. Here it's the same, œuvre, œuvre. Jeune. Same thing, you don't say je, you say jeune, okay? So it goes like peur, œuvre, jeune, okay? Numéro 12. Le, so basically it's this sound, and you get the same in here, in me, and also regarder. Regarder. Okay, so you get le, me, regarder. Numéro 13, it's this un. So nasal, it goes in your nose. Un, fin. Okay, fin. Un, fin. Then another example. Brun, brun. Okay, fin. Brun, fin. So you write it differently, but then you pronounce it like the first one. It's un, okay? Fin, brun, fin. All right? So in some cases, students tend to struggle with les nasales, but trust me, if you try hard, normally you can master them. So it's just a question of time. You just need to practice, practice, and practice. So let's see, numéro 14. Numéro 14, and it goes like un. So if you compare it to the previous one, well, in many situations nowadays, if I'm really honest, difference between the two is quite narrow and almost invisible. But then, well, phonetics like to make some differences between the two. So this one should be a bit deeper in a way, and it's un. Okay, the previous one was un. This one is un. All right. Brun, same thing. It's not brun, but it's brun. All right. Un, and the last one would be humble. Okay, so you've got un, brun, humble. One more time. Un brin humble. Numéro 15. Numéro 15, you've got the sound en, dans. Okay? Dans, second example. Blanchir, blanc, blanc, blanchir. And then sentir. Same thing here. En, okay? Dans, blanchir, sentir. In many situations, when you practice on your own and when you try to reach this sound, try to make the sound longer, okay? And try to insist. So you can do it like dans, just to practice that. And after that, you can make them shorter and like more normal, okay? So dans, blanchir, insist. Sentir, okay, sentir. And after that you can make normally like dans, blanchir, sentir. Let's see now the last one. And it's on. Same thing nasal, it goes in your nose and then your mouth should be like really round. Blond, blond, okay. Then fond. And last, tomber, okay, tomber, tomber, blond, fond, tomber. One more time, blond, fond, tomber. They are normally quite tough to make, okay, but then it's just, as I said, a question of time. So try your best and don't worry, you will manage to pronounce them. Les gestes et les expressions, okay, because, well, of course, as in many languages, gestures are really important. So when we're talking about this body language thing, it's really important. And so that's what I thought we could cover with few videos. So per video we'll discover 15 gestures, and it's the first one. So we can start right now. Okay, so this is the first gesture that we'll see. Okay, so the way we'll proceed is in that part of the screen you'll see my good friend Laurent. He will make the gestures for you, and then here we'll have the expressions. Okay, so in the first one we'll see is oh la barbe. Oh la barbe, it's quite interesting because this expression, well, actually you tend to use it when you're bored with something. Okay, so just imagine that you are participating to an event, or well, just imagine you're going to your friend's classroom and then well, it's not your day and you get bored quite easily, so you can say oh la barbe. Okay, and look at the gesture that goes with it. Look, here it goes. Okay, so it's really oh la barbe, and that's the expression. One more time. Okay, so just to express the fact that you are bored with something or someone. Let's see now the second gesture of this video, and the expression is pile c'est ça. So it's quite interesting because this pile expression, we can use it if we want to say exact or exactement. Okay, so for instance we can use this pile if we talk about the time. Okay, 2 o'clock sharp. Okay, 2 heures pile. All right, so that would be the thing we could use. And when you want to say that, well, someone is saying exactly, you know, what you mean, exactement, pile c'est ça, and the gesture that will go with it. We'll have a look at Laurent now. Look. And that's it. Pile, c'est ça. Exactement. All right. Third gesture
Les doigts me démangent. So les doigts, fingers, okay, and then démanger, itchy. So it's when you want to express the fact that you are annoyed by something, and then you could to one point do something bad and maybe hurt someone. So you are really, really annoyed by something or someone. And look at Laurent. Okay, so the gesture, sorry, that goes with it is, look, les doigts me démangent. All right, so now the next gesture, en avoir assez. Okay, it's, well, you are fed up with something, okay, but it's not, well, as bad as the gesture that will come after. All right, so look, you look up in the sky and you, well, just want to express the feeling that you are a bit fed up with something. Look, yes, en avoir assez. And the next one, en avoir ras-le-bol, we could say maybe it's somehow the next step because you are really fed up now, okay? En avoir ras-le-bol, it's really the expression that you can use if you want to say that you are really fed up with something or with someone, okay? So you want to express with your hand that, you know, the limit, I don't know why, but it's the head, you know, has been reached, okay, like that. En avoir ras-le-bol. Second gesture, same thing, same topic. You are really fed up with something, and then, you know, you can use this expression, avoir les boules. Okay, and the gesture that will go with it, have a look. Avoir les boules. One more time, so that everything is clear. Okay, so it goes like that. Okay, gesture number 7. C'était parfait. So, or then it could be c'est parfait. So it was perfect. It is perfect. And so look at the gesture. So you really want to say that, I mean, everything is going fine. It's perfect. And look, you do it like that. All right. Maybe you will watch it one more time to be sure that it's clear. C'était parfait. Okay? And after that, if you want to say super, great, the gesture, which is, well, probably quite international, okay, but still it's always useful to say that it is the same in France, okay? So it is exactly the same as in many other countries. So let's have a look one more time. All right, super. Okay, this pas mal is not bad, okay? Not bad, and let's see how Laurent can make. So it's not a gesture. If you look, it's more like the face that he will make. Look. Not bad. All right, so the eyes a little bit open, and then you nod a little bit with your head. It's not bad. C'est pas mal. Okay, next one. Plus ou moins, it's more or less. Plus ou moins, more or less. Let's see the hand. Okay, we can watch it one more time. Okay, more or less, plus ou moins. Again for the pleasure. Plus ou moins. All right. Next expression, si c'est pas malheureux. Si c'est pas malheureux. And you really want to say that you are so desperate with something and the idea is that you're looking at the sky and then your hand is going like that because you just want to say that, oh my God, is it possible? Si c'est pas malheureux. The next one, zéro obviously will be quite clear. You just want to express the fact that, well, the thing you are watching or the thing you've been seeing is quite bad, really bad, because it's zéro. Okay, and then you make the gesture, and with your gesture you just make the sign or the zéro like that. Okay. Then, pas de doute. Well, technically, no doubt about it. Pas de doute. Pas de doute. Look, it's everything is in the hand. Pas de doute. Let's have a look at Laurent one more time. Look. Pas de doute. No doubt about it. Okay. And then gesture number 14, numéro 14, vous voyez, you see. Okay, so you want to insist on the fact that, hey, you see that. Okay, have a look. Vous voyez, all right? So it could be something that you want to show because the thing is here, all right? But then it could be something that you said, all right? You want to insist on that fact, and then the person, well, agrees in a way, and then she, vous voyez. You do agree. Vous êtes d'accord. Look at the gesture. Vous voyez. And the last one for this first video, premièrement, so first, okay, that's it. All right, so quite easy because of course it's just something that is quite international in a way, okay. You will make this premièrement, so un, one. One more time. Premièrement. Gestures and expressions in French. Okay, so I hope you're ready. It is the second part, so if you want to find the first part, well, it's possible. Just use the search engine of the channel. But now we are starting. So the screen will be divided in two. You will have the first part here with my friend Laurent. He will do the gesture for you, and you will have the expression that normally comes with this gesture, okay? And the first one is explique, so it's coming from the verb expliquer, to explain. So basically it's when you're discussing with someone and you want to have some, well, more informations regarding what he or she just said, and that's the gesture. If you look at Laurent, that's the gesture you will have to make to require more information, to require the person you're talking with to explain, okay? Second gesture now. Moi, je dirais donc. Moi, je dirais donc. So you're discussing with someone and you would like to say something. You would like to add something. You would like to express yourself. So you can make this gesture. You can see that Laurent is doing that mostly with his arm. Let's have a look at him, and that's it. Okay, next gesture, à propos. À propos could be straight translated by the way. Okay, à propos. So look, everything is in the arm. That's it. À propos. All right, so translation, by the way. Pas question. Well, clearly you refuse something, you don't want something. Look, the end goes like that, and normally you tend to say no with your head. Let's have a look one more time. Non, pas question. The other one, ah, pardon. Let's have a look. All right, so you want to say something, you are discussing with someone, and you say, ah, pardon. So you want to probably add something that will be not the opposite, but you're not going in the same direction as the person you are talking to, and you want to, you know, say, ah, pardon. Look, the finger like that. Je ne suis pas d'accord d'ailleurs. Okay, so in that case, you just want to say that you don't agree. Okay, so let's have a look at the gesture. You're not in the same line of thinking than the person, so look at the end like that and the finger. Okay, and then the next one, zéro. Well, zero, it's quite clear. It's like in many languages, you're doing the zero like that, and it's, well, you want to express or to say that it is clearly quite bad. Okay, so zero, look at the head. Laurent is not really happy, so you just want to say that maybe it's a movie, maybe it's something it just so read and it was really bad. Zéro. Okay, pas de doute, no doubt. All right, so no doubt, pas de doute, and look, everything is in the hand. Of course, you can do like him with your head. Look, one more time. Pas de doute, no doubt about it. Okay, the next one, vous voyez. Translation, straight translation, sorry, you see. Okay, so you are discussing with someone, maybe the person does agree with you, or then, you know, you just like, you see. One more time. Vous voyez. Okay. Premièrement could be translated as first. Okay, so you will like to, well, introduce probably several things, and then you will start with the first one. And the first one is premièrement. So, of course, your hand, and then it's the first one. Je ne crois pas, I don't think so. That's the straight translation. Je ne crois pas. Okay, and look. It's only in the head, and you're looking at the sky or the ceiling if you want. And when you do like that, well, basically you just want to give the information to the person you're talking to that I don't think so. Je ne crois pas. Okay, and that's it. The next one, attention 1. Look. All right, so you want to warn the person. Attention, be careful. Okay, so it's a warning. Look, it is a warning. And of course, you don't look really happy when you give this warning. So it's not a good sign. It's not a good thing, but still. Gare à toi. Okay, so it's usually the expression that usually we will use with kids. Okay, so be careful because I could do something bad. Look, yes, that's the way. All right, so it's a quite old-fashioned, you know, but then still it's possible to see it. So be careful, gare à toi. Tu veux un marron? Okay, so if you want to threaten someone, like here, you want to threaten someone and tell him that, or she, that you could hit this person, so it's a threat. Look, tu veux un marron? You want me to hit you. Bof, clearly when you use this expression or this gesture, so it's not a gesture, it's an expression from the face. If you look at it one more time. Okay, so technically, let's say that someone proposed to go to see something or an activity or something. You don't really want to do that. You're not really interested. Okay, so you say bof. 15. New gestures and expressions in French. Okay, I hope you're ready because we're starting right now. The screen will be divided into the first part here will include the gesture. So my friend Laurent has been doing the gesture for us, and then the expressions that normally comes with these gesture will be here. Okay, so the first one is il fait soif un. Or, il fait soif, non. In that case, well, you just want to say that you would like to drink something, because whether it's hot, or then you've been working a lot, or you're just thirsty, so you would like to drink something. Let's have a look at Laurent, and that's it. This is the gesture that normally you do if you want to say that you would like to drink something. The other one is quite clear. Oh mon Dieu, direct translation. Oh my God. Let's have a look. Surprised or shocked. You will put your hands like Laurent did. Let's have a look one more time. Oh mon Dieu. Okay. The next one. Je ne veux pas voir ça. I don't want to see that. So, look. Oh non, je ne veux pas voir ça. I don't want to see that. One more time. Oh non, je ne veux pas voir ça. J'ai une idée, I have an idea, quite international gesture. Look, and that's it. Everything in the hand, the little finger. Look one more time. Ah, j'ai une idée. Okay, you want to say that you found maybe the answer to something, had a problem to solve. Ça y est, this is it. J'ai trouvé. I found. One more time. Ça y est, j'ai trouvé. Il a des œillères. Il a des œillères. You would like to, well, say that someone is not really open-minded. Okay, so in that case it's il. It could be elle, of course. Let's have a look at Laurent. Il a des œillères, not open-minded at all. Voilà. The next one, ça va pas la tête. Well, technically you just want to say that, are you crazy or what? Look. All right. One more time. So, direct translation, are you crazy or what? Okay, next one. Well, it's just in the same group, so it's just you want to say that, well, the person that you are talking about is crazy. Look, that's it. Same thing, you want to say that, well, it's not turning around in here. Okay, so ça tourne pas rond. So it's exactly the same thing. The person that you're talking about is maybe a bit crazy. Okay. Avec moi, ça ne rigole pas. So you want to say that you are really strict. You won't laugh. You won't laugh with me. Look. One more time. With me, you won't laugh. Okay. The next one, il est vraiment têtu. Têtu is stubborn. Really, vraiment. Okay, so if someone is really stubborn, look, that's it. And that's normally the gesture that you will make to express this idea. Look one more time. Il est vraiment têtu. Okay. The next one, il a pris la grosse tête. He took the big head, if you want to make a translation, direct translation. Well, someone thinks that he is or she is more important than he or she is really. Okay, maybe he or she has been doing something and then it was popular in a way, but then he started to think that it was really, really important. Il a pris la grosse tête. One more time. Voilà, voilà. Okay, the next one. Ça va pas être facile. It won't be easy. Look. Okay, everything in the head. Let's have a look one more time. It won't be easy. Look. Ouh, ça va pas être facile. Okay. The other one, laissez-moi réfléchir. So let me think. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Look how Laurent is doing that. So one more time, laissez-moi réfléchir. Okay? And then, qu'est-ce que tu racontes? What are you talking about? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? So basically you want to express your doubts regarding the person, what the person is just saying. Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? What are you talking about? New French gestures and expressions, okay? So the screen will be divided into the first part here will show you Laurent, my friend Laurent, who will make the gestures, and then you will have these expressions. So normally the expression connected to the gesture next to it. The first one, mon oeil, is a real classic one in France. So you want to say that you don't believe what the person just said. And so the expression is mon oeil, so I don't believe you, and look at the gesture, it goes with it, so you show your eye. One more time. Mon oeil, so I don't believe you, okay? Next one, oh la la, the classic one. Oh la la, so look at the gesture that come with it, so it's like that, oh la la. Okay, one more time. Oh la la. Okay. Ça pince. Well, the expression, one of the expressions we can use to say that it's really cold. It's really cold. And look at the gesture one more time. Okay. That's it. The next gesture, on se tire. Well, if you want to translate that, it's let's get out of here. On se tire. Let's get out of here. One more time. That's it. Okay. The next one, ah ben là, je sais pas trop. So you want to say that you don't know. You don't know. Je sais pas trop. Okay. So one more time, at Laurent, I don't know. Look. All right. Okay. And the next one, je sais pas. Well, it's exactly the same thing. You don't know. Another gesture to express that. Look, it's everything is in the shoulders. One more time. I don't know. Je sais pas. Okay. The next one, qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse? So what do you want me to do about it? So you just want to say that you cannot do anything to change the situation or what's happening. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse? The next one, se tourner les pouces. Normally that's the expression we tend to use when we say that we don't do anything. All right. So, se tourner les pouces, I don't really do much. Okay, it would be a possibility, you know, at work right now, I'm not doing much, so je me tourne les pouces. Look. Okay. And, well, this one, du calme. Stay calm. Voilà. Stay calm. Restez calme. Du calme. One more time. Du calme. Okay. The next one, well, is exactly the same concept. So, calmez-vous. Calm down. And that's the other possibility. So let's have a look at the gesture one more time. Calmez-vous. Okay. Il est mort. He's dead. And look, the gesture that comes with it. Hop là. Il est mort. Look. Il est mort. Mais non. So you want to say no. Mais non. In that case, you don't agree with what the person just said. Okay, so look, mais non. Si vous permettez, direct translation, if you permit, so if you please let me add, say, do something, okay? You're asking for the permission to do something or to say something. Look, that's the gesture. We'll look at it one more time. Si vous permettez. Si vous permettez. That's it. And then the last one for this series. So, tu m'as fait peur, you scared me. Oh, tu m'as fait peur. Look. So you put your hand like Laurent does here. Okay. Tu m'as fait peur, you scared me. 15 new gestures and expressions in French. Okay. So let's start right now. And the screen will be divided into the first part here will show you the gesture, and the other part here will show you the expression that normally is connected to the gesture. Okay? And the first one, so the first expression is on a eu la pétoche, we were scared. Look at Laurent, so Laurent is doing the gesture for us. On a eu la pétoche, we were scared by someone or something. Okay, next gesture is j'ai eu chaud. Okay, so two options for that one. Look, so whether it was hot, okay, or then we can use this j'ai eu chaud if something happened and it was really close. So actually, it could be an accident or something like that. I was so close to have this accident, j'ai eu chaud. All right, but the gesture is still the same. Look. That's it. J'ai eu chaud. Voyons voir. Let me think. Okay, so just hesitating, thinking about something. Let me think. One more time. Nothing much, you know, looking at the sky or the ceiling with a little expression on your face. Voyons voir. The other one, que dalle, means nothing. You won't get anything, not even that. Okay, so que dalle. One more time. Voilà. C'est pas sûr. Translation, it's not sure. Look at Laurent. C'est pas sûr. Okay. One more time. C'est pas sûr. Non. Okay. T'es un petit malin, toi. You're a smart guy, you. Okay. T'es un petit malin. Look. All right. So you want to say that, well, the person you're talking with is quite smart. T'es un petit malin, toi. Hein? Okay. Un petit peu. Okay. Expression. Just a little bit. Okay, someone is offering you something, just want a little bit of it. Un petit peu. Could be a drink, it could be food, anything, just un petit peu, juste un petit peu. Look, yep, that's it. La moitié, so half of something. So look, voilà, that's it. So if you want to express that, you would like to have 50%, so la moitié, half of something, so that's the gesture you should make. La moitié. C'est terminé, it's finished, it's over. So let's have a look at the gesture. That's it. C'est terminé, c'est fini. Okay, one more time. C'est terminé, c'est fini, just like that. Okay. Merci Laurent. The next one, laisse tomber. Laisse tomber, direct translation, let's fall. But then clearly we want to say, just forget about it. Just forget about the whole thing, okay? Laisse tomber. One more time for the gesture. Laisse tomber. Okay? Next one, non merci. So someone is offering you something, just to want to refuse politely. Non, merci. Okay, the gesture is normally like that. We'll see it one more time. Non, merci. Okay. C'est pas mes oignons. It's a strange expression, but then if you want to translate, it's not my business. It doesn't concern me. C'est pas mes oignons. It's not my business. Look at it one more time. C'est pas mes oignons. Other expression, well, the normal one, non. Look, quite clear. Gesture, non. You refuse. You say no. Non. Look. And it goes like that. Non. Okay? J'entends mal. I've got some difficulties to listen or to hear. I don't hear that well. You know, could you talk louder? J'entends mal. Let's look at Florent. My God, he's got an interesting expression. One more time, just for the pleasure. J'entends mal. Look. Okay. And the last one, chute, is quite useful because look, you put your finger like that and you just want to express that, well, you would like the persons to be silent. Okay. One more time, and well, the expression is shh. Look, shh, and that's it.